Hello, friends. How are you guys doing tonight? Are you super excited to be here for our AP Lang CRAM? I'm absolutely thrilled that we're going to be here. We've got tons of resources available for you. If you have questions or answers, we've got a great team working on answering those questions for you. And I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Are you ready? Fantastic. Okay, so this is our finale, and I had a quick question. How are you feeling about that exam? How are you feeling about the AP Lang exam? I was looking at some of your questions in the Discord. Have a little thought. Let's see where we're at. All right. Oh, I can see those numbers. Okay, okay. All right. Look at this numbers. Look at this. I love asking this question at the beginning and then asking this question at the end, because one thing that you are going to realize tonight is that you've got this. Like, you absolutely can do it. My favorite thing about the AP Lang course, well, aside from the fact that it's like the most real world skills you're going to need out there, like the favorite thing that I have about it is that you've been working on this and refining it along the way, your entire educational career. And so we don't have to memorize a bunch of words or facts or anything like that. We have to know skills and we have to put them together and put them out there. And so that is what we're going to do tonight. We're going to go over those big ideas and make sure that we're ready for it. And hopefully we're going to see this number go up a little bit more as we go. So as a reminder, we have this stream being recorded and it's going to appear on our website and YouTube, maybe some of our other public channels. So if you're asking a question, hopefully you're using the Q&A that we have available to you, and we'll move forward with that. Of course, this is Think5able. You can find us on Twitter at Think5able, and we'll reach out to you. You guys can tweet us and let us know how you did on the exam, because we're super excited to follow you all the way through, not just from studying to taking the exam, but seeing how you went and celebrating your successes with you. So in this stream tonight, we've got a lot planned, but we've tried to really make it manageable for you. So our goal is that you will focus on what you can do. And you're going to be amazed at how much you can do, because we're just going to remind you of all that as we go through the night. Now, we're going to start out with those foundational skills and understandings, making sure that we have those backgrounds to argument and the background to rhetoric. Then we're going to move into the argumentative assault. Now, that is typically FRQ 3. And we started with it because we actually need to have the argument foundation built in order to build an argument about synthesis or about rhetorical analysis. So from there, we're going to move into synthesis showdown. Now that is FRQ 1 if you're doing it on the pencil and paper exam. Then we're going to move into the rhetorical analysis is going to be the next one, and then multiple choice structures and strategies. So I saw a couple of you guys saying that you didn't feel like you had much practice with multiple choice. Don't worry. We've got you covered. So Amanda's going to chime in here in just a little bit, say hello, give some shout outs, and then I'm going to run us for a while. We've got a great team answering your questions, and then Kevin will join us here in a little bit. So let's get rolling. Quick question here. What will be your strongest area? If you think about everything that you know and that you've learned, where do you think your strengths lie? Now remember, our goal here is to focus on, pass it to the next slide there. Our goal is to focus on what you can do, right? So let's think about what you can do first. Just right off the bat, what's going to be your strength? Oh, look at that. I love watching it change. Wow, look at this. This is great. Nice. Okay. Okay. Brilliant. You know, it's great that this is the way that it's worked out because we've got so much stuff pulled in to help us out, and we're going to jump right through our list. I love that you guys feel like synthesis is your strength because you've got those sources right there and you can build those pieces in. And it's like the same type of like research paper that you've probably been doing for a long time, or where you had to compare a poem and a story or something like that. So it's going to be a great thing to have there. And plus, that's like sitting down at the dinner table at a holiday meal, right? Where everybody comes together and they share their piece about the gasoline crisis on the East Coast or anything like that. Argument, I love that you guys have put that one there. And then multiple choice and rhetorical analysis. So super cool. We're going to look at these as we go. All right, so let's get started, shall we? Okay, oops. My picture is linking me. There we go. If you guys have those slides at home and you are clicking along with us, those do link straight over to the Mentimeter, so you'll have access to that too. All right, so we're going to start out looking at foundational skills and understandings that are going to help you as you go along through this assessment. Now, this isn't just for the multiple choice, it isn't just for the FRQ. It's kind of the big picture that's going to help you put all of those pieces together. So, of course, it's about rhetoric, and of course, it's about argument. But when we look at those standards in the course and we look at those essential understandings, it's about rhetoric in reading and rhetoric in writing. And it's about argument in reading and argument in writing. So we've got to be able to read and analyze these things as we go through and move in. All right. I think Amanda's ready for us. Amanda, are you there?
What's up, AP Lang? It's Amanda. I'm here. It's really me. I'm coming at you live from Milwaukee, from the Fiveable HQ. I'm so excited for you tonight to study for 5 hours with Stephanie on everything you need to know about AP Lang. It's going to be just insanely good. I really cannot wait for you. So I want to give you a couple tips about tonight and tell you about the social media contest, and then a tiny little Amanda pep talk just to send you on your way. As she's mentioned, make sure to post the discussion questions on those threads below. Anything content related, so the TAs can help you. If you have any tech issues, just hit the little message bubble on the corner of the screen with my little mustache. Someone on the student success team will help you from there. And even if you need a little pep talk or something, you can message them too, and they'll help you with that. The other thing is that we're running a social media contest. So you're going to be here for 5 hours. That's a long time to be reviewing AP Lang. If you need a little break, go ahead and move over to Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok and post about your AP experience. It could be showing your study setup, what it's like to study for 5 hours, how much you love Stephanie. Give her a shout out on social. Or do something that's like content related for Lang, anything like that. Just put the hashtag #YesWeCram and add us at ThinkFiveable. We're going to be choosing someone to give $100 to tonight, which basically pays for your AP exam. So make sure you make that happen. If you're watching a replay, we are still running this. This is every day. I'm really excited to see what you post, though. I'm going to be looking. The last thing I wanted to give you is just this tiny little pep talk. So I know that the stress levels are high. I feel it. I see it. I'm with you. I know this year is not fair by any means. And here we are. And now you have to take this test. And it's like, how do you focus? How do you make sense of this? Take a deep breath. Just calm yourself for a minute and know that the score on your test tomorrow, or whether you're taking the test in admin 2 or 3, the score is just a formality. It's just a final number. It's not going to matter. You can still live a happy, healthy life, whether you get a 1 or a 5. It's not going to make or break you. What is really incredible that we're already super proud of you for is making it to this point. You've gone through this whole year with remote learning and everything that's happened. It's been a tough year, and you've made it to this point. You're here in this CRAM finale. So regardless of what happens on this test, we are so proud of you. We really are. You are part of this family forever. Nothing could happen on the test tomorrow that would make us change our minds about you. I promise. Okay, so just remind yourself, I got this. I know I can do this. It's going to be okay. You're going to review everything you need to tonight, and you're going to feel confident going to the test. So that's all. Last thing I had for you. Good luck on your Lang exam. Have fun tonight. I'm so excited for you, and I will see you soon. And Stephanie, back to you.
Like 100%. I can't tell you how many times I've reached out, and she has just been so calming. And she is absolutely right, friends. She's 100% right. You guys, this is where you're at. And even if you look at AP, they tell you there's no pass or fail. So we are super proud of you guys. And this is, like I said, the most life skill thing you could possibly do. So that said, how about we get back to talking about Lang? Does that seem fair? Sweet. Okay, so we just talked about how this course is not just about rhetoric and not just about argument, but it's about the role of rhetoric in reading and in writing. And it's about the role of argument in reading and in writing, because everything's an argument. We just got to figure out what it's like, right? Okay, so the big ideas for Lang are broken down into 4 categories. The first one is the rhetorical situation. This understanding, or this concept, is basically that individuals write in a particular situation and they make decisions based on whatever that situation is. Now, that might sound confusing, but I want you to think about the fact that maybe you want to go to like a party that your parents probably don't want you to go, right? So what you're going to do before you ask is you're going to think about like all of the pros and all of the cons, all of their reasons, everything that's happening, who's going to be there, what's going on culturally and socially and historically, and then you're going to figure out how to approach your parents, right? That's your rhetorical situation. The next big category is claims and evidence. When you are looking at claims and evidence, you have to understand that writers make claims about subjects and they rely on the evidence and the supports that sort of justifies whatever that claim is that they're making. So that acknowledges and it responds to the other claims. Now, some of those claims might be right there in that text, but then they might also address the counters. They're kind of on the other side, the opposition, if you will. So then we look at reasoning and organization. So typically what we see is that those claims and the evidence that go with them are organized in a way that can build upon the logicality of those ideas, like the first thing and the second thing and the third thing. So we'll talk about organization and reasoning as we go through here in just a little bit. The last one is style. Now, style is one that my students frequently tell me is a bit more challenging. But if we break it down and we focus on the parts that we can figure out and the parts that we do know, then we're going to be good to go, right? Okay. So, big picture overview of what that exam is going to look like. Of course, it's going to start with multiple choice. Now, you guys are the first ones who've ever taken this test. I talked to someone a little while ago who said, I have heard that the AP Lang multiple choice is the hardest thing ever. Nobody knows that. You are the first person to take this test. Those people are complaining about something completely different. You have 45 questions and you have an entire hour to do that. This does come to about 45% of your exam score. So it's a 1-for-1 ratio. Now it's presented in 5 sets, so 5 different reading passages, and then you're going to have they're going to be shorter than what they would have been in the past. Now, 23 to 25 of those questions are going to ask you to read and analyze different forms of nonfiction. 20 to 22 are going to ask you to read like a writer. Now, I will say one thing I have noticed from looking at the practice test is a lot of people are saying, have your students do the practice SAT questions from the writing section. That'll be a huge help. And it is a help. It absolutely is. But I want to make sure that you guys kind of have this concept, because one thing that I went into this and didn't really expect was I thought it would be like a draft and I was correcting a draft, but it's not necessarily going to be a draft. It might be like an editorial that's posted and you are commenting on that editorial. So lots of little pieces kind of happening in there. But I do think that if you look at the passage and you recognize, are these more reading questions or are these more writing questions, it helps your brain function better, right? Okay, so are you ready for testing tip number 1? You already know this one. You learned it from Sesame Street back in the day. You're going to pick a letter of the day, okay? And you're going to know that letter of the day at 7:55 a.m. And anytime that you have no idea what it is or you think it's a time bandit, you're going to put that letter of the day. You're not going to leave any questions blank, okay? So say that. I'm not leaving anything blank. You ready? Okay, I think you said it. Now, here's the other thing. Obviously, if it breaks down into like it's either B or C, then pick one of those two. But whatever you do, you're not going to leave anything blank, right? Of course. Okay, so then you're going to have a little break. Typically, it's a 10-minute break looking at that proctor. Before you go on that break, they're going to take up your multiple choice book, and then you're going to go on your 10-minute break, and then you're going to come back and you're going to get the new booklet. That new booklet is going to be 2 hours and 15 minutes of 3 essays. Yes, that's right. All 3 essays back to back to back. So you know what? Your hand's going to hurt and your brain is going to be working overtime, but you're going to ace this because you are going to focus on what you do know and you're not going to worry about it. That's right, because we are here for you and because you know this. So we're going to start out with a 15-minute reading period. Now, I recommend that you use that reading period to read and to annotate, to come up with your writing plans. If you finish with the synthesis or the FRQ1, if you choose to do the synthesis first, you can move into writing if you choose. Now, what I recommend for my students is I've said, hey, take that 15 minutes and read it, really read it, go through and come up with your writing plans. And I actually suggest that they kind of scan through all of the passages because once you start writing your essay, you don't have to write them in that order. So those of you who said synthesis was your easiest one, check mark, do it first. But then there was kind of a divide, like is it the rhetorical analysis or the argument one that's going to be easier? Well, you can pick the one that you want. You can do that, okay? So lots of little pieces there. Now, of course, with that rhetorical analysis, you are making a claim about somebody else's claim and how effective it was at delivering its message. And then with argument, of course, you are presenting an argument, but instead of using their sources, it comes from your head and your own personal experience. So argument and synthesis are just alike. The only difference is that with argument, the evidence comes from you, and with synthesis, it comes from what they give you. So that is so much information. Whew, trekking right along. Are you ready? So the rubric is kind of a general outline there for you. Of course, that thesis is out of 1 point. Now, that means you're going to respond to the prompt with a defensible thesis. So you have to have a claim. You've got to have a position related to whatever that topic is they give you. In general, you're looking at evidence and commentary. That's a 0 to 4 there. And of course, we've got our note that if it's just tragic grammar, then you can't get that 4. But that's okay because we've been told that college level writing is 4 out of 6. So if you are like me, you're like, whoa, I want a 6 out of 6. I hear you. I am with you. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay because we recognize that a 4 out of 6 is that college level writing. So you want to get that 1 for your thesis point? Check mark there. And then when you're looking at evidence and commentary, you want to try to get at least a 3. And we're going to give you all the tools you need to do that. So if you're looking at out of 4, what does it look like? It means you have textual references that are relevant to the thesis based on what the FRQ is. It provides a well-developed analysis. So not just that you have the evidence, but that you got that analysis piece that connects those 2 ideas, and that it explicitly explains the relationship between the evidence and the thesis. And then, of course, your analysis needs to be consistent, complete, and insightful. Now, that is going to push you upwards into that sophistication. Now, your teachers probably called that a unicorn, am I right? Here's the thing. I've seen a unicorn before. I mean, sure, it might have been at a photo shoot, and it might have had, like, you know, a string around it or whatever, and it might have been a horse. But the truth is, I have seen a unicorn just as much as I've seen Tinkerbell, and this is absolutely within your realm of possibility, okay? So with sophistication, you want to make sure that your thesis statement is there and that it is very defensible and that it previews your line of reasoning, because sophistication is going to start right there at the beginning. And the thing about sophistication is you are looking at it as a college level writer. And so, yeah, it is kind of hard to get that point, but let's be clear here. Most of you guys are what? Juniors, seniors, right? So that sophistication point, when you're looking at that 6 out of 6, you've essentially skipped your junior year or skipped your senior year and gone straight to 13th grade, right? So hopefully you guys are able to understand that if you don't hit that sophistication point, it's not the end of the world. You're able to hit that 4 out of 6 and it be okay. But if you think about sophistication in the realm of explaining the relevance in a broader context, making sure that you look at the contradictions and the complexities of every issue for every FRQ and use rhetorical choices of yourself, then you're going to be totally okay with that. And I have faith in you. So now I have a question. I want you, before we review argument, I want you to think about everything that you know about argument, okay? Think about it all. What do you know about argument? Drop it here for me. Yes. You got the big ones. Nailed it. Look how cute is this? Oh, I love that one. Now, I saw someone that didn't do what I asked you to do. I saw someone that broke rule number 1. Do you remember what rule number 1 is? I hope in your head you just went focus on what you can do, right? Did you do that? So I get it. The argument essay is a little bit different from arguing in the real life. But when we think about arguing in the real world, we typically think of it in terms of like a fight. And when we're thinking about it in the rhetorical analysis world, and we're thinking about it in the AP Lang world, it's not about winning a fight. It's about healthy discourse, right? Okay, so look at all these responses. You guys are brilliant. I'm gonna like blow this up and put it on my wall. It's so cool. So I love what you guys are highlighting here. Of course, the evidence and the claim, the counter argument, line of reasoning, that's so big. And we wanna make sure that we hit that. You got your commentary. Look how many words are in there that are, they say the same thing, but you used a different word to say it. And so you know what the biggest thing that I recognize about this is? It kind of looks like a brain to me. And look how much you got in your brain. Now, I want you to think just for a moment, because remember, our rule number 1 is focus on what you can do, right? So I want you to think for just a moment. Now that you see these words, are you remembering that you could do more than you thought you could just a moment ago? I had a feeling that would happen. So this is just a quick brain dump, but this is a good strategy that can help you when you sit down and you start to take that argument FRQ. If you're like me and someone has sneezed or their chair squeaked, you're going to zone out and you're going to look wherever that distraction was. So when you sit down and you look at it and you start to work at your argument, you can write down whatever keywords you need to. Use a brain dump to help you to get focused and zone back in. Another strategy would be, instead of focusing on the specific FRQ, use a brain dump right when you start, when you come right back in after your break and you start your FRQs. So you can use that activity there. Okay, super fun. All right. So when you are building your argument, the first thing that I want to highlight here is that you should always think about your aspects, okay? Now, your teacher might have used the phrase SOAPSTONE or space cap, or maybe there's some other acronym that I don't quite know yet. But I love aspects because this aligns with what's in College Board and on those videos. We had to change some of the words, but it totally fits. So if you are going back and you are watching those College Board daily live videos, and you're looking at the paragraphs where they've highlighted, this is the same color code that they use there, because I thought that would be helpful. So when you're looking at it, you want to think my audience is the AP Lang reader, right? This means I should write academically, because this is going to be a teacher of this course, or someone who's like a little bit smart, someone who's going to have some worldly knowledge, maybe someone who's been reading these questions for a while. So you want to think about what should you do based on who the audience is, okay? Now you can actually take it a step further, and you can make some assumptions about what you think about that type of person, right? Next would be the speaker. I am a student and this is what I know about this topic. And in order for me to convince my audience, I'm going to have to think about these aspects over here, okay? When you're thinking about your purpose, you are trying to convince the reader. You want them to know something and you want them to do something. So in your brain, you got to think, okay, what do I want them to know? And what do I want them to do, right? That's where you're going to come in with that piece. E is exigence. Now, exigence is a new term, and I'm pretty much going to say I would be willing to bet that you're going to have at least one multiple choice question, if not more than one, but at least one on exigence. It's on every sample test that I noticed. It's on a lot of the practice activities, and it's one of the newer terms given the new standards that just happened. So we want to make sure that we're prepared for it. But don't you worry, I got you covered, because we're going to focus on what you do know. I'm going to make sure you do know that one tonight. So the next is going to be the context. Now the context, I think of this as like all the things, okay? Because it's cultural, it's social, it's historical. All of those pieces kind of come together in looking to persuade someone of something or to make the audience go a certain kind of way. So you need to make sure that you sound knowledgeable and that you are an authority on the topic that you're discussing. Now, how in the world do you do that? You know, true story, I got you. We're going to start out with the classical structure. That's going to be the first step. So you are going to be looking at Aristotle's Rhetoric as an outline. And this says basically that really strong arguments have an introduction and they have a body and they have a conclusion. You knew that, right? See, told you. Now, when we take it a step further, you might have used like the canons of oration or something like that, but it all comes down to these same terms, that you have your introduction and your background. Now, you might put that together in a single paragraph. I know in the real world, you might have an introduction paragraph and then 2 paragraphs of background and then something else. But in your timed essay, you can put that together in one. So you got some sort of an opening or a hook, and then you've got some context. And that's going to be where you're going to put your thesis statement or your primary claim. Now, the next part of your essay is going to be the body. Now, as a minimum, you need 2 body paragraphs. The reason for that is because when we think about how we build our writing, we typically need 2 pieces to support a claim. So if your thesis statement is your primary claim, your body paragraphs, 2, that's an S, your body paragraphs are going to be 2 topic sentences that support that primary claim. Now, in your body, you're going to have your position and your proof. So you're going to give your claim, you're going to say what it is, you're going to talk about the evidence, all of that, right? And then you're going to look at the concession and the refutation. So this is an interesting piece because some students will build a paragraph in their body talking about just their position and proof, and then they build a separate paragraph looking at concession and refutation. Now, with both of those things happening, you could choose, if you wanted, to put them into one paragraph. So you still have 2 body paragraphs, but body paragraph 1 has your position and proof and some concession and refutation. And body paragraph 2 has position and proof and some concession and refutation. Okay? Woo! Moving right along as we get ready for this. That next piece is the conclusion. Now, the conclusion is the call to action. Now, I've had some students say, my teacher says I don't have to write a conclusion because if I wrote my essay good enough, I already concluded it. No, darling. I'd like for you to put a concluding segment. You know how to do that. At the very end, this is your call to action. Like, would Patrick Henry's speech have been as powerful as it was if he hadn't ended with give me liberty or give me death? No, he would have just left us hanging there. So you got to go out with something, right? Now, you can restate your thesis using different words, reframe your sentence, like flip-flop your structure. Don't copy it and just write the same thing over again. But make time to put some kind of conclusion in there, okay? So we've gone over a ton of different ways to organize your actual writing. So I've given a couple of examples of how you can visualize it here. You've got on the colorful one right there in the middle, you can see that your thesis statement should have 2 or 3 body paragraphs. So notice that in this third example, the purple line, that one's an extra, okay? You really only have to have the 1 and the 2. This is an example where your thesis statement is there and the first body paragraph aligns with it and the second body paragraph aligns with it. But they don't necessarily go together in the sense that this body paragraph and this evidence is clearly linked with the evidence in the next paragraph. So think of that like you can present it as 3 separate things, okay? Totally doable. You can do it that way. And then down here, you see an example where they kind of connect to each other in the sense that instead of it being 3 separate pieces, we present the ideologies in a way that body paragraph 1 is so closely connected to body paragraph 2 that it ties together. That's what you're looking for because of synthesis. But is it completely wrong to do it this way over here? Absolutely not. Okay? So I want to make sure that whatever system you have for you today, friends, today is not the day to try something new. Okay? Today's not the day. And tomorrow is not either. Because what you're going to do is you're going to focus on what you can do and you're going to find your flow. And so that's kind of what I got over there in the corner for you. So your overall outline is going to follow that classical structure. You're going to have a primary claim, that's your intro paragraph with your thesis. You're going to have your body, that's going to be 2 separate paragraphs with evidence. So you've got your first body paragraph and your second, and then you're going to have your conclusion. But line of reasoning is a powerful thing. So you want to make sure that you take those body paragraphs and you explode them up into their own argumentative structure as well. Brilliant, right? So that's kind of what that image over there represents, that the first body paragraph blows up, it has its own claim. So your topic sentence is your claim. Then you're going to have evidence with commentary and analysis. You got to have 2, so you're going to have your second piece of evidence with your commentary and analysis. And then you're going to follow through with a link. You're going to link it back to your primary claim. So make sure that you clearly connect it back to that primary claim. Then you're going to repeat that for your second body paragraph. Now, if you wanted to address the refutation or the concession or anything like that, you can throw that in with your evidence. That could be a part of your commentary and analysis. So a lot of different ways that you can do it. But whatever you do, you're going to find your flow. You're going to focus with what you can do and what you know you can do. And one last little thing that I would suggest and I would say is, especially when you're working on the synthesis and you're building those body paragraphs, make sure the evidence comes from different sources. We'll talk about that again here in a little bit, but just making sure that I'm mentioning it. Want to make sure, because the synthesis of ideas is when you're actually showing those multiple perspectives. So with body paragraph 1, talk about 2 separate sources, because that's how you show the multiple perspectives. That's how you show that interaction there. Okay. Woo. Moving right along. Okay, super basics. Now, this is really important because you're about to take a test. Are you ready to take a test? I mean, not like the test from tomorrow, but are you ready? Okay, so you have the most basic pieces of argument. Now, this comes from a guy named Toulmin, and tonight we're cramming, so we don't need to know all that background. We just need to know the most basic parts of an argument. It's claim, it's evidence, it's the warrant, and then you might have a qualifier, okay? Now, your teacher might have called this claim and evidence and reason. The name really doesn't matter, but what does matter is what it does, okay? The function is what is so important. So the claim is, what do you think, right? Like, what is the assertion that is being made? The evidence is, why do you think this? Like, what is the reason for those individual things? This is about the reasons that support your claim, okay? Then you have the warrant, or we might think, and maybe your teacher calls that like background, or maybe your teacher calls that, they actually may call that reasoning too. This is what makes those 2 things make sense, okay? So for example, if I say somebody has stolen my money, you're like, how do you know that your money was stolen? And I say, well, it was in my wallet the last time I looked and it's not there now. Okay, so that warrant is the piece that makes it connect. My money doesn't grow like legs and walk away, but maybe I just forgot that I spent it, or something like that, right? So the warrant is the piece that explains it, and it's important that you put that in your writing, because you need to make sure that the person who's reading your paper follows your claim and follows that evidence all the way through that process, okay? Now, the qualifier means, is it always this way? Okay, this is like a limitation surrounding the claim. Now, you may remember that we talked about the complexities and the limitations when we talked about sophistication a little bit ago, right? So with this, I always recommend to my students that you try to keep your qualifiers away from your primary claim, but you can put them in your body paragraphs if you want. So you might say something like, my money probably was stolen because it can't just grow legs and walk away, right? Like, yeah, there's still the possibility I spent it and forgot about it. But when I'm saying that it was probably stolen, it's limiting my claim a little bit, but also it's kind of more realistic, right? Like, I might get more people who are willing to help me look for my money, because rather than being harsh and assuming it was stolen and assuming that someone here has wronged me, I've kind of laid it out there and said, probably, okay? I'm giving a little bit of doubt that I might have done something wrong there. So the next piece is addressing the counter. Now, remember, we said that you could do this as its own paragraph, or you can do this as like building it into those pre-existing body paragraphs, okay? So with that in mind, your counter argument is when someone's like, well, what about this option, right? it's addressing the other possibilities that are there. Now, this is a great thing to do because it shows that you've really thought about your rhetorical aspects. And even in the realm of the rhetorical analysis essay, when you're looking at the counter argument and you're kind of breaking that counter argument down, it can help you a lot there too, because it shows that you understand the original writer's rhetorical analysis there, okay? And their rhetorical aspects. Next would be concede. Does the counter have a valid point? Like, can you admit that something is true? Now, here's the thing. When you do this, you got to do it carefully, right? Like, you don't want to say, well, okay, yes, I might have misplaced my money. But you can give some credibility to that as you're taking it to the next level. So yes, I might have misplaced my money, but I really do remember it being here the last time I saw it, right? So you can kind of concede a little and still build your argument up rather than hurting your argument. Now, of course, refuting is, does the counter have an invalid point? Like, is that completely wrong? Can you in some way prove that it is completely wrong? You might say, well, I left my purse out and open on the desktop in the classroom when I left the room for 10 minutes, and it was definitely there beforehand. So you can kind of refute it a little bit if you need to. Now, I realize you're probably not going to be writing about whether or not you spent your money, forgot your money, or had some money stolen on the AP Lang essay. And you're probably not going to have this topic either. But I was just curious. As we look at presenting a claim, I want you to think about a thesis statement. Would you rather vacation at the beach or vacation in the mountains? Would you rather vacation at the beach or vacation in the mountains? So if you go over to our Easy Retro board, I shared that out there a couple of different times over on Playtime. I got your question. You're just going to click on that, and I'm going to set a little timer here for us. Oh, now give me the whole thing. Don't just say the mountains. That won't get you a thesis point, will it? All right, look at this. Now, what you guys have done here, you got a little bit more time on the timer. I want to make sure everybody has a moment. And here we are. That's our time. Okay, so what you guys have done here is you have made a claim. So if we think about what the purpose of that claim is and what AP is looking for, they're looking that you have a defensible position and ideally that it would preview your line of reasoning. So I just kind of scrolled through and was looking at some of the examples that we have. We have some great examples. This is an age-old argument in my family. But we live near the mountains, so we go to the beach. But look at this one right here. I would rather vacation in the mountains, because at night a view of the sky would be amazing. That previews one thing. That tells me my first body paragraph is going to talk about the view of the night sky, right? But I want to try to come up with a way to bring in both parts. So I would rather vacation at the mountains because it is more scenic and the weather is cooler. That sounds like I got two paragraphs, right? Like I got one that's going to talk about how it's more scenic, and then the other one's going to talk about the weather being a little bit cooler. Okay, lots of different examples of wanting to go to the mountains. Look at the way this one is structured right here. Because of the crisp air, cool weather, and surrounding greenery, the vacation at the mountains is superior. In this case, we're able to see exactly what it is, but notice the way that it kind of restructured that sentence and pulled in those other pieces too. I would rather vacation at the beach because of A, the freedom the beach contains, B, the endless possibilities to do things in and around the ocean, and C, because the activities that can be done around the sand. So you can kind of see those pieces that come together. Okay, so here's my thing. Are you ready for this? Tomorrow, when you guys are sitting down to take this test and you have a moment where you get completely overwhelmed, maybe it's the moment that you get that multiple choice packet and you open it and you see the first passage. Whenever that moment happens to you, I want you to stop for just a fraction of a second, and I want you to think about that vacation you just took. Okay? I want you to think about being there just in this calm place where maybe you can hear the ocean. Maybe you can hear the wind through the trees and the leaves kind of crinkling. And just breathe a deep breath. And you know what you're going to say? You're going to say, I can do this. I'm going to focus on what I can do. You had to know that was coming, right? Of course you did. So once you come up with your claim, you got to come up with the evidence, right? So how in the world do you get the evidence? Well, you have to think about what you're trying to prove. And then what specific evidence is going to help you to support that claim. Now, sometimes you can come up with tons of evidence, but it might not strengthen your argument. So you've got to think through the evidence that you have and figure out which piece is going to be the strongest and which piece is going to connect most clearly with your primary claim. So the question becomes, how is this evidence connected? How can you link those two ideas together through your writing? And how should you organize it in order to present a logical argument, right? So when you're picking evidence, maybe you have a bunch of different tools out there that you're using to get your evidence. Maybe it's Chores or ReHugo. We'll talk about it in a minute. But whatever you're using to generate your ideas, I want you to think about this. Can I provide enough commentary and analysis to thoroughly advance the line of reasoning? It's like the age-old essay that like every teacher does, except me because I hate it. But the one that talks about like campus gear or uniforms, right? Like school uniforms. And I can always be like, I just don't know that I'd want to write. I don't want to wear a uniform, right? Like it kind of stifles you. I mean, now I'm older and I'm like, please, yes, never want to have to think about what to wear when I wake up in the morning. But I could write a much better essay saying that we needed to have uniforms, even though in my heart and in my head, I'm like, I'm not wearing a uniform, right? Here's the thing, your reader doesn't know, and it's totally okay for you to be a sellout on that AP Lang exam because you're going to change the world once you get through college, right? It's true. We all know it is. So focus on what you can do. If you can write a better essay with evidence that goes against what you have in your heart and in your head, do that, okay? No one will have to know, and you can confess later if you need to, right? So then you want to think about what's the best way to include this evidence. And that's going to be varied based on the specific FRQ that you're working on. And when you're looking at the synthesis, you're going to look at what you're trying to do with that evidence when you're pulling it in. So, got to think about the modes of development. Now, I love modes of development. I always think of Edna Mode from The Incredibles, because you're going to do an incredible job on this test tomorrow. And you're going to think about Edna Mode. See, Edna Mode talked us through all of these little pieces and these little steps, and she helped them to get from one problem with one outfit or uniform or invention to the next, right? Well, that's what modes of development do for your writing. So when you start writing and you've got your evidence, you got to figure out, how can I organize my evidence effectively? Well, how do you do that? Well, you do it by, maybe you need some narration. You give a story that helps to support your thesis, not a long one, a short anecdote, not like, you know, when your grandma starts telling a story and it takes 20 minutes to say 2 sentences. Maybe you want to give some description. This would emphasize the senses. This might be an appeal to emotional connection, so you can describe it just a little bit to kind of get them following in with what you want them to do. You might need some process analysis. Talk about how something is done. Maybe you give steps or you give stages or even phases that go with that. You could look at exemplification. This is going to be examples from the realms of like facts or cases or specific instances. So examples in that manner. And then of course you got compare and contrast. Now you could compare and talk about how they're like. You can contrast, talk about how they're different. You can do them together. You can do them separately. Either way. And then you can look at it in terms of like subject A and subject B, or you can look at it in point by point. Okay. Then of course you got classification and division. Now what I like about this one is classification is like this is what it is, and division is kind of like this is what it ain't, right? Oh, it feels awkward saying that out loud, but here we are. The next one is definition. Now, true story, definition, oh, it's my favorite. And here's why. Because no matter what concept you're writing about, you want to make sure that your audience is with you, right? Okay, so absolutely. The first thing I want to do if I'm writing on that overrated prompt is I want to talk about what it means to be overrated. Now, if I'm going to write about something specific that I think is overrated, I might want to define what that concept is before I explain through description why that is overrated in and of itself. Yeah. True story. Now then, that last one is, of course, cause and effect. That's a logical chain. That one's one I think you've been working on for your whole life, so you can absolutely throw that one in there. But these are helpful because when you're building your evidence, you can stop and you can think, okay, what should I do? This is also helpful when you're writing an essay and your brain doesn't want to write an essay. Maybe that'll happen to you on your third essay and you think, okay, what can I do? How can I get this message across? And then you can go through the modes of development. Now, you'll probably find as you do it that you tend to fall back on certain modes of development. I fall back on definition, classification, and division, but I think that different people fall into different ones. Narration is also a really good one to give the evidence as well because, well, it's an anecdote, right? So, line of reasoning, y'all. This one is super important. So, one of the things that I like to do with line of reasoning is I call it the exploded essay, okay? And this is something that was done to me when I was young, so it's not like I just made this up. I'm not that brilliant, but someone was. So what we do is we take an essay and we cut the little sentences out, right? And then we just throw them. Line of reasoning is what allows us to take those sentences and put them back into order of the paragraphs. And then if we took the paragraphs and we exploded them, the line of reasoning is what allows us and enables us, the readers, to put those paragraphs back together. This is an important thing because it's going to help your reader follow you in what you're trying to present, right? It's such a big deal because you've got to have that logical progression moving from one point to the next, okay? Now, you want to think about this in terms of like quantity and quality of the evidence that you're selecting as well, because you need to make sure that you have enough, that not only is your evidence relevant, but it has to be sufficient to actually do what you're trying to achieve, to present the claim that you're trying to go through there. So then you want to make sure that it actually does support the claim. It has to do that. And think about transitions that are going to help someone go from the very beginning to the end. So we talk about transitions and when we're looking at, you know, the first reason is, and then when we go down to the end of our conclusion, you can have a transition there. But this isn't the only element to consider when building a wind farm. You must also think about the harmful attributes to the environment. Okay, so those transitions that are at the beginnings of the paragraphs and the ends of the paragraphs are going to help to pull it together. But you also want to make sure that you have transitions in the middle that help connect the commentary and analysis to the evidence. Now, I can't tell you how many times I've read this sentence, but it would be like, evidence, this shows that. Okay, try not to say this shows, but in some kind of way, tell me what it does, okay? Good deal. Now, you need to make sure that all parts are clearly linked together and go right back to that primary thesis. Because if something you're saying doesn't link back to that primary thesis, you don't need it in there. Knock it out, right? You only got 40 minutes writing this essay. So you don't want to be writing off on a tangent with a bunch of background information. So think about the mode of development that would advance your purpose based on your FRQ and build your line of reasoning with that in mind. So, that was so much. I know, it was so much. So let's take just a little minute, and I'm going to hop you guys on over here to our next one. Oh, look at that argument. Remember, it was a brain. It was a brain. But let's see what we can do with rhetoric. Take just a couple of minutes. It turned into a brain again. That brain dump, focusing on what you can do. Look at all the stuff you guys know. Isn't this crazy? Do you remember back in the beginning when I asked you how confident you felt? I bet that number's going up, isn't it? All right, let's go ahead and look at what these are. We've got a lot of different elements here brought in. I see the ones that kind of keep popping up. It's analysis, it's tone, it's ethos, logos, and pathos. I think of ELP probably because I'm really old. And if you listen to Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, that's why. I don't have any reasoning for it. That's just where we're at. Okay. Here we go. Now, with the rhetorical situation, everything is intentional. So when I started talking about this a little while ago, do you remember that whole thing where I said, if you're trying to get your parents to let you go to a party or somewhere that you don't think that they're going to let you go, like you come up with all the options, right? Like you're trying to put all those pieces together because you're trying to convince them to get you something, right? Or maybe like a car, you want them to buy you a car. So you got to think about all that, right? Context, cultural, social, historical, right? The occasion, maybe it's your 16th birthday and everybody else has a car, but you've recognized that your mother is exhausted. And if you had a car, then you could drive your younger siblings to and from Boy Scouts and ballet. That car suddenly is looking real good to mom, isn't it? And I'll be home every night by 9 p.m. Whatever you got to say, right? That's your rhetorical situation, and that's how you make it work. But the way that it works isn't just because you're thinking about your context and your occasion and your exigence and your purpose, because we do all of those things like automatically, right? You don't really think about all of those pieces intentionally on a regular basis until you need to. But we do think about the audience and the speaker and the subject. Now, I don't want to like mention any like bad math words or whatever, but I always think of this as that side angle side thing because it's a triangle too. You're welcome. Side angle side here, right? Now, these kind of come together because I got to think about the speaker, and I, as the speaker, I need to know what's going on with my audience. Like, what's the relationship between these two things? And then when I think about my subject, I need to think, what do I know about this thing over here? Okay. And then when I'm looking at my subject, I have to make the connection between those two elements as well. What is the subject's connection to the speaker? As the audience member, I have to think about that because I gotta evaluate the relevance, right? And then I gotta think about that connection to the audience as well. But wait, there's more. You guys all wrote about ELP on that brain dump. You remember that? Well, that's because that's at the heart of every little argument. It's true because, and I put it in this specific little shape because the speaker wants to try to get credibility and trustworthiness from the audience. They need to communicate that to the audience, but they need to find some sort of emotional connection between the audience and the subject that they're working on. Because you know what? Listen, it could be anything in the world, but the one thing I've learned in life is we care about puppies, babies, and grandmas. It's true. That's the emotional aspect of it. Logos is the logical connection, that reasoning aspect that pulls us from one side to the next, okay? So the speaker should have a logical connection to the subject. We should be able to assume that the speaker knows what he or she is talking about as they progress through this ideology. So that's kind of where we think about that logos aspect in there. Now, sometimes there might be some fallacy in it. And sometimes it's intentional fallacy and bias, and sometimes it's unintentional fallacy and bias there. So you guys all wrote about these three things. I'm going to go super fast through it because you know it. So ethos is the expertise, it's the experience, right? Like I call this, like, I think about it as like credibility and the trustworthiness, if you will. So from this, you can talk about it when you're evaluating the rhetorical analysis or that sort of aspect. You can think about automatic ethos, like we trust them because of their reputation, who they are, or we don't trust them because of their reputation, who they are. And then we can think about building ethos. They're trying to establish it throughout the speech as you move forward. If you end up with, like, say, for example, a college commencement speech, then chances are you're going to see building ethos. Like there might be some sort of automatic in there, but you can talk about the way in which the speaker is building ethos to try to get the audience to understand that the speaker has experience that enables them to provide this advice to them going out into the world. So logos, of course, this is the appeal to reason. It's clear, logical main idea, and then the evidence that supports it, and then the connection that progresses those ideas. This includes your counter argument, your concession, and your refutation, okay? Because when you address your counter argument, your concession, and your refutation, your brain shows that you understand the complexities of that big situation as a whole, okay? So the last one, of course, is pathos. This is those puppies and babies and grandparents that we were talking about just a minute ago. This is the appeal to like emotional value and desires of something, okay? Now, here's the thing. When you're looking at the appeals, I often say which one is like the greatest, which one is the strongest. And the truth is the strongest appeal is all three appeals, and it's the one that works, right? So you don't want to go off on an emotional tangent and an emotional response. And this is important because sometimes that FRQ3 can be something that really makes you feel, right? And so sometimes we respond based on how we feel and not with a logical argument. So you really got to be careful and conscientious here. Now, this does come down to connotation and denotation. Connotation is C for connection and denotation is D for dictionary. Yeah. That's where we are. So connotation is connections, denotation is dictionary, and those are two devices that you can find when you're talking about the rhetoric in the text, okay? Now, you don't have to worry if you don't know a bunch of vocab terms. You don't have to know vocab terms at all, but I wanted you to have kind of a background of those rhetorical appeals so that you guys could go ahead and just address it, because let's face it, you all knew that, right? Like those were the biggest ones in our brain dumps that we saw. But how about this? Are you ready? Okay. Are you taking notes? I hope you're taking notes. Because here's how you write about the appeals. What you're not going to say is, no. You're not going to say the author uses ethos when. You're going to say the author establishes credibility by, okay? Or the author notes experience in dealing with the unknown so that the audience will value the perspective that is about to be shared, okay? You've addressed it. You've talked about the credibility. You have analyzed what is being done and why it's being done as you write your response, okay? Pathos. The writer intentionally fuels the audience's sense of fear by asking, do you know where your child is at 10 p.m.? Okay. The next one is a good example of ways that you can pull in some text evidence. Words and phrases like, and give the example, work to move the audience into a position of willing to accept the value of exploring the unknown, because without exploring the unknown, we wouldn't have the cure for many diseases. Okay? Logos is how you can talk about the logical progression of ideas in the text in and of itself. So you've got the author uses evidence that relates to the audience, citing whatever the evidence is, because, and then tell why. The writer's reasoning of doing this, by doing this, and it allows whatever it allows, okay? So you want to take a screenshot? Now you got it, right? Okay, I know, I'm so cheesy. All right, So now we're going to move into the aspects. Now remember, your teacher might call this SOAPSTONE, they might call it Space Cats, maybe there's some other term out there, phrase out there, but basically it's a tool that guides your annotation, and it's going to help you come up with the big ideas that are related to rhetoric. It's an acronym that can help you with the analysis, but you can also use it as your outline for your analysis. So, super helpful tip to kind of think about it, like connect it to the crystal ball. Yeah. All right, so those aspects, just to kind of remind you what we looked at earlier. A is audience, S is speaker. Now, if you're looking at the College Board Live videos, they do call that the writer. P is purpose, E is exigence. Don't worry, I gotcha. And then C is context. T is topic and tone. Now, they actually refer to that as the message in those College Board videos. And then S would be the strategies that we see, the way in which the author makes something happen. Now, you can actually evaluate the aspects in every single thing from your prompt to your articles to your own argument, and that will help you as you are planning your response. But the question becomes, what is exigence? Because I want to make sure you know this one. So, former chief reader A.P. Lang said that it's a concept from rhetorical theory that focuses on the speaker or writer's apparent motivation for speaking or writing. The term was originally coined by Lord Bitzer in The Rhetorical Situation, where he refers to it as the, and this is interesting, felt need, gap, or lack, okay? So that's very confusing, but I like to think of this as the why now. This is the catalyst for the occasion. The speaker has to do it right this second because mama's gonna blister her butt if she doesn't, okay? Whatever that might be for you. So, within the realm of aspects, most of these are the things that you know, but I want to kind of highlight these three things, because when you're writing your FRQs and when you're reading the multiple choice and you're really going through and you're annotating it so that you can really quickly get those answers for the multiple choice questions, you got to think about purpose in two things. Number one, it's the reason for the resource, but it's also the desired audience movement. So remember, they want you to know something, but they also want you to do something as a result of what you know. The next piece is the exigence. This is the specific thing that motivates the speaker to producing it. This is what motivates the speaker to action, okay? I can hear something and be annoyed by it forever and a day, but the day I'm moved to actually do something about whatever it was that annoyed me, that's the exigence, okay? So context is what's going on culturally, socially, and historically at the time of the resource's birth. I like to word it that way. So, with exigence, I want you to think about it like this. Remember that road trip you just went on? The vacation, the beach, or the mountains? Okay, so I don't care which one you're going to, but what I want you to think about is you're driving the car and a song with bad words and explicit content comes on. What do? Now, see, your exigence is going to change what you do, right? Because if your grandma is in the car, then you are probably going to like turn it off and be like, oh my gosh, the things they play on the radio these days, even though it was like straight from your phone, okay? Maybe it's one of your friends and you just don't care. You have so much catching up to do. You just leave the song, you do nothing, and you just keep going, right? Maybe it's a friend, but it's like your favorite jam. You turn it up louder and you sing it really, really loud, okay? What you do is because of the exigence that drives you to that action. Now, this one isn't my example, but here's another example that was shared with me from a teacher. And she said, I want you to think about a pothole, right? Potholes are super annoying. Most of the time, they don't really bother you. You can kind of like swerve around them, right? But let's say this pothole, this particular pothole, it's on the street where you live, okay? And each day it gets worse. And each day you do nothing, it gets worse. It gets worse. But one day it burst your tire. You hit it at just the right angle and now you got a damaged tire. You're going to have to buy a new one. What do? You call the city and have them come fix it, right? That's your exigence. So when you're thinking about it, it is not just the occasion. It's not just like what's the event that's happening. It's what makes you want to do it in this way, okay? So for example, if you're reading a college commencement speech, the college commencement is kind of the occasion, right? These people have just worked really hard, they're graduating, and this speech is supposed to motivate them to go out and make a difference in the world. But there's more to it now, because you got to think about the topic. And you got to say, okay, why, if this is the commencement speech that Madeleine Albright gave, why did she pick this? Why is this the thing she wanted to talk about? So from here, you got to think about chunking the text. That's right, chunking the text. So you're going to look at your primary claim. You're going to think about what is the author trying to prove, and then you're going to analyze those chunks. So what is the message and what is the purpose for each section? So if you're doing your rhetorical analysis, you can break it down. You can say in the beginning, the middle, and the end. And then you can look at it and you can say, okay, what's the message and what's the purpose in the beginning? What's the message and what's the purpose in the middle? What's the message and what's the purpose at the end? Now, those things are often confused. So I want you to think about this as, so what and why do I care? That's right. Your author's message is, so what and why do I care about what just happened here? Okay. What does the author want you to learn? And then when you think about the purpose, it's the writing. So it's the audience movement. Remember, it's knowing and doing. What do they want you to know? And what do they want you to do as a result of what you've learned? So, oh my goodness, basic start to commentary and evidence, okay? Now this is gonna connect to aspects. So as I go through and I think about all of those elements, I think about who my audience is, then I'm gonna come up with different evidence based on who that audience might actually be, okay? If I'm going out and I'm trying to get money to build an accessible playground, right? I'm going to know who I'm talking to so I can figure out what's going to work best to get them to give me the money to build that playground. And it's the same thing when you're building your evidence and commentary here. So are you trying to give examples? Well, if you want to give examples, why are you giving them examples? Why do you need to give them these specific examples? Okay. Are you hoping to clarify something? Why do you need to clarify it? What happened that you feel the need to actually clarify this specific thing right here, right now? And then, are you emphasizing it? Why are you emphasizing it? Why are you emphasizing just this part and not the bigger picture? Are you trying to draw a relationship to something or with something? Or the exact opposite? Are you trying to separate from something? And then why? Or are you trying to build an emotional effect? Now remember, as you are building your commentary and analysis, all of these things are going to come together, right? So it's not just about what you say, it's about why you say it. Friends, you remember when I said you're going to focus on what you can do? Look at what y'all just did. We looked at the rhetorical situation and we talked about the aspects, what we have to consider and why we have to consider it. We talked about classical structure. We can actually use it to break down a text, and we talked about using it to build our own response. We talked about chunking the text, breaking it down by message and by purpose. We looked at strategies that could be done. We talked about those strategies in terms of the appeals that are being created, little specific devices that can go in there as well. We'll talk about that some more as we go through. Toulmin, we talked about the outline of the paragraph. So remember when I had the outline and we blew it up and we talked about what goes in each body paragraph? That was your Toulmin model. And then, of course, your modes of development. Techniques for developing a line of reasoning through commentary and analysis. Okay. Woo. Are you ready? Take a moment. Yes. That's your toolbox, friends. That's your toolbox. So when you start feeling overwhelmed, remember to check your toolbox. What do you need in this specific moment? Because you got to focus on what you can do, and your toolbox is going to empower you to do that. But let's talk about that sophistication point. Because everybody wants to know, how do I get the sophistication point? Now, I don't want this to be the sticker in your day, okay? I really don't. But I do think it's fair to kind of talk about a little bit of some self-check questions that we've kind of come up with to help you with that process. So the first thing is, does your language reflect your rhetorical situation? When you have thought about your rhetorical aspects, have you written in a way that you're addressing those aspects effectively? Are you using words that are very general, or are you using words that are very specific? Did you do something to intentionally create tone so that people would understand, not just like, think about the tone as how they feel about it. So it's not just about how you want your audience to feel, but tone is you, the writer. Is there something that helps us to see how you feel about it? Do you have a unique voice? Do you have some sort of unique piece in there as well? And then, are all of your ideas presented clearly, or do you have some sort of a logical leap that's left there? Like, does your reader have to stop and put together the piece from A to C? Did they have to figure out what B is, or did you give it to them so they were able to stair step and follow your reasoning? So that is how you get the sophistication point. We'll talk about it a little bit more as we go through the way, but remember, we can get a 4 out of 6 and be good on this. So we're going to stick with that, right? At least that's what we've been told. So if our goal is to focus on what you can do Everything we have done in this first hour is to break down the complicated text for understanding and to track the rhetorical situation and think about how the message is impacted by the rhetorical situation. We also looked for the methods of development and talked about how that line of reasoning is impacted by it. So when you feel a little bit worried, you're going to stop and you're going to focus on what you can do, okay? You're going to break down the text. You're going to track the rhetorical situation. You're going to look at the message. You're going to look for methods of development, and you're going to look for the line of reasoning. And just like that, you're going to be empowered to do really well. Are you with me? Okay. Our goal tonight, of course, was to focus on what you can do. We have just gone through our foundational skills and understanding, and we're ready to move into our argumentative assault. We're going to then look at synthesis, rhetorical analysis, and multiple choice. So let's take a moment for this test anxiety tip. Now, when you go into the test, you are allowed to have number 2 pencils, of course, for your multiple choice. Make sure that you are very careful as you bubble in your bubbles and don't doodle on the sides of the pages, because sometimes that can mess up the machine that reads it. But you also get a blue pen and a black pen. Now, if you're used to highlighting things in your text, you might want to have 2 blue pens and 2 black pens. Like maybe one is a thick gel pen and one is a thin other kind of pen. I don't know what the other ink is, but you could do that. But inevitably, you're going to have a moment where your brain feels a little bit overwhelmed. And so I used to have a friend who said that, I told her, I said, I just don't know how to help. Like, test anxiety is a big thing, because when you get that test and it gets put in your lap and you look at it, if your brain goes downhill, it's hard to come back from that. So she said, if the goal is you want them to think about the 5, right? So think about the 5, right? So we're going to think about the 5. I'm going to take my pencil and I'm just going to go up and breathe in. And then breathe out. And breathe in. And breathe out. And by the time you take just a moment to do that, your brain is more calm. You're ready to go. Did you do that with me? Was that too close? And so it gives you something tactile. It gives you something to focus on. It gives you a moment to take a breath, and you can just stop and sit up, because if you're hunched over and you're writing, then your lungs don't get all that oxygen that you need to stay awake. But you sit up, put your hand out, breathe in and breathe out. So I want you to take just a minute, think about it. We'll get ready to move on in just a minute. You think that's going to work? I absolutely believe it's going to work. Okay, let's talk about argument, shall we? Now, you will often hear this referred to as FRQ3 in the argument. If there's some reason that you are not taking the paper and pencil test tomorrow, you're taking a digital test, Kevin and I are intentionally calling it argument, because although we've always called it FRQ3, the digital one doesn't do them in the same order. So the argument FRQ is going to be what we are looking at here. So what are the expectations of the argument one? Now, you remember you did your brain dump just a minute ago, right? It's going to give you a short literary or rhetorical concept or an idea where you're going to argue a position using some evidence, okay? The goal is for you to respond with a clear thesis and a solid line of reasoning. You have to have evidence that develops and supports your claim. And then you have to make sure that you explain the relationship between that evidence and how it supports the thesis. You got to make sure that you demonstrate an understanding of the rhetorical situation in the prompt, and that way you can build your response based on what you have in the prompt. And then, of course, that last one, use appropriate grammar and punctuation in communicating your argument. So, as you probably saw on your email, we're going to practice some argument, aren't we? Now, before we do, I want to remind you to focus on what you can do, okay? I want you to focus on what you can do. Now, the big thing here with the thesis statements is, of course, you're pretty much going to get it, right? It just has to be defensible and on the topic, and then you're going to get it. So I want you to look about the evidence and commentary a little bit more. So what you see here is with the evidence and commentary, the 0 simply restates the thesis, or it repeats the information that was given to you in the prompt, okay? Maybe it's completely irrelevant of the prompt. When you're looking at the 1, that means that you've given some evidence, but it's pretty general and we don't really know what you're talking about, okay? You might summarize the evidence. So I think of this one as summary more than actual analysis. So 2 means that you have some evidence and it's relevant and you have some analysis, okay? But no line of reasoning is established or the line of reasoning is faulty. Now, if your goal is to get a 4 out of 6, which that should be your goal, when you're looking at it, that should be your minimum goal, 4 out of 6, you got to make sure you have that line of reasoning. So remember, we talked about the line of reasoning helps you put the paragraphs in order, but it also helps to put those sentences together within the paragraphs, okay? So 3 hits some. Do you think you can present a claim? Yeah, absolutely you can, right? Do you think you can give some evidence to support your claim? I think so too. Do you think that you could explain how some of that works? Surely to goodness you can do some, right? Absolutely. That 4, the difference there is consistent, that you've done it all the way through and all the way throughout. If you notice over here in the sum category, because remember, 4 out of 6, if that's what we're looking at, we've got focus on the importance of specific details to build the argument. The organization is composed of multiple supporting claims, but look right here. Commentary may fail to integrate some evidence or fail to support a claim. So you can focus on what you can do, and that's totally cool, right? Like, you don't have to have this perfect paper, and you can still do really well. So you're going to focus on what you can do throughout the whole thing. You're going to pre-write as much as possible to get you set up for success. Now, here's your prompt. As promised, for those of you who were following us last semester and this semester, we saved the 2018 prompts to be used tonight. Of course, this is this course content, directions, scoring guidelines, and student samples and the judges' comments are all obtained from the College Board website, so you 100% can go over and find them. I did give you the link to the College Board website as well, so that you have that information for you. So I want you to take just a moment and read the prompt. All right. Are you ready? You previewed your prompt. Did you think about your aspects? Just a little minute there. Look at your topic, kind of think about it. Okay, so you've got Lindbergh, the book is The Gift from the Sea. We can see we tend to not to choose the unknown because it might be a shock or disappointment, difficult to cope with. That sounds like life. And yet the unknown is the most enriching. Consider the value placed on choosing the unknown and write an essay. Are you ready to do this? Now, don't worry. I'm not going to ask you to write the whole essay, and I definitely want to talk about a few things before we get there first. So, what you can do when you're looking at your topics or your thesis statement, when you're looking at your thesis statement, you're looking at your primary claim, okay? So you might think, although, and then you can address the counter from the very beginning, from the get-go. You don't even have to have a separate paragraph. You just, bam, put it in there, and it's there, right? So, you can say, although exploring the unknown can cause negative experiences along the way, it is the only way to ensure true human progress. Well, that's pretty powerful. I like the idea of progress, don't you? Now, you can also use the secondary model up there because, and then you would give us your specific evidence here. What are you going to talk about? Now, remember, you got to have at least 2, okay? And then you would add that primary claim about the unknown. So because it empowers us to grow to our greatest achievements and it helps humanity advance in positive ways, The value of exploring the unknown cannot be measured. You could have come up with that too, I'm sure. All right. So based on this, what is scheduled? So although exploring the unknown can cause negative experiences along the way, it's the only way to ensure true human progress. All right. So now it's your turn. I want you to start by creating the thesis statement. When you are looking at the thesis statement, you've got two QR codes here. You have your prompt, and then you have your discussion board. Now, if you don't want to use the QR code, you can just click on them. I hyperlinked them for you, and it's going to take you over to your Easy Retro. On the Easy Retro, you may have noticed I put the link here for you too, so you can click onto that and then go from there. So I'm going to set a timer. Now you've already gone through, we've talked about the prompt, so let's do a timer. Let's do 2 minutes. And here you go. All right. Are you ready to jump back in it with me? Sweet. Okay. So what we see here with this, as we look through and we kind of break down to the thesis statements, where we were looking at that argument prompt, we've got a lot of really good ideas here. And look, notice the way that we followed that, although with the counter brought in, and then bringing in the specific preview to the line of reasoning. It is really important for the progress of humankind. So that would give us one. And then kind of as we look at another one, although exploring the unknown may be frightening to many humans, it is essential for the development we need as a society. On top of that, clearing up the unknown allows individuals to feel some sort of relief in which they may be struggling. So we've got two specific body paragraphs there. To truly live a rich and full life, people need to begin exploring the unknown. The unknown, although risky, provides a quality of life that encapsulates the experience of being alive. Now, that's a great example, and we're able to see the pieces that can be put on there as we move in. But I want you to kind of think about that like as you move forward. Okay? Great examples here. Great examples. Now remember, You don't have to preview the line of reasoning, but you can actually strengthen your argument by kind of giving an idea of where you're going, okay? Without a doubt, the unknown can be a terrifying concept. We don't know what to expect. We can't plan for success or failure. But exploring the unknown is incredibly beneficial as it allows one to make personal growth and become better. So that kind of outlines for us what we're going to be looking at, what we're going to be talking about in that example. Brilliant. Even though exploring the unknown is inevitably scary, it is valuable because it offers enriching learning experiences and gives an opportunity for new discoveries. Now, I want to highlight with that one, those new learning, the new learning experiences and the new discoveries are kind of the same thing. So if you're going to use those two, you might need to speak about them separately and be able to kind of bring those into two separate realms. So it's not like circular reasoning, okay? Now, you could absolutely do that. You could talk about learning experiences like as a child, but then you could talk about new discoveries on like a scientific realm. So you could do that. Fantastic. You guys are so brilliant. Now look at this. Look at all these responses that we have. Great. You're great. Okay. So now the next thing though is that we've got to start thinking about how to build that evidence. So a lot of teachers have used Rehugo. This one's been around actually, like, look at the grades. This one's been around since I was a student in Lang. So with Rehugo, it was kind of linked to and paired often with like US history, just because it brought in like avenues to talk about the DBQs and that sort of stuff. So it's kind of an older one. Your teacher might use chores, or I think someone said CHELPS was a thing in one of our meets. So that's pretty cool. So the idea though is that your support should be rational and logical, it needs to not be something that just kind of goes astray. Like, in other words, please don't let it be emotional, okay? Now, especially with the FRQ3, it tends to be a question that's very easy to go emotional rather than logical. So I want you to think about that one as you look through it. For example, one of the prompts that the students wrote about this year was a college that was looking to make sure that the students were that they meshed well in orientation their freshman year. And so they took the cell phones away. And so we had a lot of students that wrote about how that's just not fair. Well, that's just not the most logical of arguments, right? Because your mom used to say life's not fair. So when you are thinking about Rehugo, you are breaking it down in terms of reading, entertainments, and arts. Historical, now that might be like you could do historical, you could bring in culture there, you could bring in scientific there. Universal truths, the things like the golden rules, those cliche things that are so cliche but like trite and they still mean something somehow. I don't know. And then of course government, and then observations and experiences as well. So you might think for just a moment about this prompt. What could we talk about? Now I am going to highlight this because in your synthesis it tells you how many sources. Do you remember? 3, right? It says 3, Miss Kirk says 4, but you have 3 different sources. And if your goal is to show the complexities and the tensions of it, then you could easily pick 3 of these different areas and pull these 3 areas in to prove your point, okay? So instead of only writing about things that you read, well, you're writing an argument on things that you read, and maybe if most of the stuff you read is fiction, then that's the strongest piece of evidence that you could use. But if you could bring in something that you read and talk about how that is an archetype because it is related to real life and the human experience, and then you could give an example from history and an example from your universal truths or an example from your own personal life that proves that's true, then you can absolutely do that. So you're pulling in those different types of evidence to help support your claim. So what do we look at here? Well, in this particular prompt, as you guys recognize, you're looking at what is the value of exploring the unknown. And you got to kind of figure about it. Now, if you are me, your brain went straight into the unknown. I almost sang it for you, but I don't want to like cause you a headache right now. So when you think about the value of exploring the unknown, you kind of want to generate some ideas. Like, what do you have? What's something that you read that talked about it? Now, for me, like, I wish I had written this down when I was doing this, but the berry prompt, did any of your teachers make you do the berry prompt? You know, the one about like why they couldn't fix the flu? I think because of COVID, like that's the prompt that everybody did this year, because the exigence and the context, it was all there. So you could include that with the reading. Entertainment world, Frozen. That is a message that literally everybody can connect to. You can talk about Christopher Columbus, the value of exploring the unknown in terms of taking over. You can look for that old adage, that reach for the stars. Or you could do the reach for the moon, even then you'll land amongst the stars. Like you could do that one. You could talk from government. You could talk about the founding fathers. You could talk about the personal experience of taking an AP course. Like maybe that's something that you are going to talk about, that it was unknown and then you had great gains. And if you're writing to your reader and your reader is an AP reader, that might go somewhere with them, don't you think? So if we break it down a little bit more, we can take that evidence and we can think, okay, what in the world am I going to use? Now, you want to come up with a really quick outline, because remember, when the air conditioner makes a weird whistle and you get distracted looking at it, or maybe it makes a gurgle and you're wondering if it's about to drip on that girl underneath it, and then you got distracted looking down at whatever's in the floor, all those things happen. And maybe you worked yourself up and you had to take a break and do your anxiety practice. But if you had a written outline, then even if you did go astray in your brain, you come right back on task with what you got written here. Because even though you didn't write this, you can look at it and you can see, okay, thesis, reaching for the unknown is what has created the opportunities that continue to positively advance society. You can see body 1 is going to talk about the personal experience of taking the AP course. You see that B1. You can see body 2 is going to talk about the founding fathers and Christopher Columbus. Looks like Frozen is going to be mentioned in the intro. And then you can talk about the counter, failures, common cold, flu, AIDS, and cancer. And then challenges. The challenger, Reagan, he says to reach for the stars and fall short. So you can kind of see what that's going to look like. So what is the big idea? The big idea is the unknown may have some negative side effects, but the benefits that continue to improve the human experience are worth those negative moments. So now you've kind of seen how you can brainstorm that prompt. And the next piece that you want to think about, what you want to look into here, is visualizing your argument. Now, remember in our introduction, when we were talking about the basics of argumentation, we looked at how you could visualize your argument. So you got your primary claim. Although exploring the unknown can cause negative experiences along the way, it is the only way to ensure true human progress. Now, with that, you can actually build your body paragraphs by creating questions from your primary claim and using those questions to jumpstart where you're going next. So, what's the first possibility for negativity, and how does it support the link to human progress? What's the next possibility for negativity, and how does it support the link to human progress? And if I feel the need to have a third body paragraph, what's the third possibility for negativity, and how does it support the link to human progress? I want to make sure I bring both of those pieces in, because in my thesis statement in this example, it references that there might be some negativity, but it's worth it. So I want to link those ideas clearly all the way throughout my entire paper, because I want that line of reasoning to be really strong. So now we want to look at the body paragraph. How in the world do I do that? Now, we focus on the body tonight more so than anything else, because the thesis statement you can kind of get. Like, even if you don't have a really long, beautiful introduction paragraph, which is totally fine as long as you have your thesis statement, the body paragraphs are where the bulk of those points come from, right? I mean, 0 out of 4, that's a big chunk. So we want to think about how can we build that Toulmin model into paragraphs. Now, remember, we talked about that model would be claim, evidence, commentary and analysis, evidence, commentary and analysis. You remember talking about that? Now, this one is the argument. So the evidence for the argument has to come from my head, me, the writer. They're not giving me those prompts. But here is a good example looking at what those pieces are. Okay, so my topic sentence here: the principles of science are synonymous with the exploration of the unknown. From here, I need 2 pieces of evidence to prove that. Okay. So I'm going to use John F. Kennedy saying that the U.S. would land on the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard. That supports the principles of science and the benefit of the unknown. Next piece of evidence I'm going to use, Galileo chose to explore and challenge commonly held truths. Whew, these are some big ideas here, aren't they? They're so big I got to take a sip of my coffee. Hold on. Okay, so what we have to do now, though, is we have to make sure that evidence is clearly linked not only to my topic sentence or the claim in this paragraph, but clearly linked back up to the primary claim, the thesis statement. So, well, how do we do that? Here we go. President John F. Kennedy is famously quoted as saying that the U.S. would land on the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard. In the face of public uncertainty, Kennedy set out to explore one of the biggest unknowns of modern humanity, outer space. Obviously, the moon landing was successful and subsequent technological development benefited all aspects of society. Billions were allocated in research funding, and as a result, humanity expanded its sphere of knowledge greatly. Yet, this is not a recent phenomenon. One of the most famous scientists in history, Galileo Galilei, chose to explore and challenge commonly held truths. He was ridiculed for claiming that the Earth revolved around the sun, yet it was his desire to enter into the unfamiliar that led to scientific advances by the U.S. under Kennedy so many centuries later. Notice the connection. This is not two separate pieces of evidence. This is a connection being made between both of those pieces right there. And then it moves into the concluding link, linking it all back together. Scientists throughout history made their names by engaging with the unknown, and humanity will be forever indebted to them for their tenacity. Great paragraph, right? Notice the way it follows that format: evidence, commentary, analysis, evidence, commentary, analysis, and then it connects back to that primary link. Now, here's another example. Now, again, let me remind you that these are coming from the student samples that are available on the College Board website with that link provided. So here is another body paragraph. Thus, venturing into the unknown is a worthwhile experience for maturity and growth it can provide. In your brain, you're like, oh, this is not the first body paragraph. Nope, not the first body paragraph. You knew that because of the transitions that were there, because it presented that line of reasoning. When I was 9 years old, my parents celebrated my birthday by taking me to a ropes course. As we waited with our group to climb poles, cross logs, and hang from ropes, I began to get cold feet. I've never done this before, I thought. What if I fall and get hurt? Or if I get scared and everyone makes fun of me? I decided then and there that I had no intentions of climbing that day. Now, this goes into a little bit more detail because it is a personal story, but it's giving the description. Remember the modes of development? It's really describing it, and it's helping to bring the reader to a place where the reader can think about a moment when they had to explore the unknown or when they felt those fears as well. And then, of course, at the end, there's actual achievement, and then it specifies, I loved this. And even after I fell off the log on my first step, I practically dragged my parents back in line to climb again. So this has shown that even as a child in this specific example, the value of the unknown, they went ahead, tried it, and now they love it, and it's something they want to come back to over and over. Right? And now climbing is this person's favorite. So, wanted to talk for a moment about the sophisticated closure, because how can you close that paragraph? How can you build that back? So, in this one, it says, Lindbergh writes of the unknown as enriching. When she talks about the unknown as enriching, she severely understates the true benefits of exploration. Now, this is a good way to show the complexity here, because it's saying that, yeah, like she was right, but actually she understated the whole issue. So this is showing that you as the reader truly understand the whole picture, the complexity of it, all of it. So the unknown is more than enriching. It's a demonstration of true humanity, a reflection of a true desire to understand the world, and a crucial point of living in a changing world. The unknown has allowed the human race to develop, improve, and augment itself scientifically, culturally, and personally. And for those causes, it is clearly incredibly valuable. Notice there's a very clear writing style here. It links back to the prompt. It's very clearly connected. It restates that primary claim, and then it reiterates the benefits of the position. So it gives us the complexities and the tensions, and it pushes us into that next step. So, are you ready? Now, we were looking for ways that we could give you all the opportunity to practice the skill and kind of see where we're going. So it is your turn. You've already written your thesis statement. So now I want you to go over to the Easy Retro. And on this Easy Retro, remember we're working on the argument over here. So on the Easy Retro, I'd like for you to go through and you can find your thesis statement and you can add your first body paragraph there. Or if you want to, you can add a new box and add your body paragraph there. So let's take a short break, give you guys some time to think about it, write your body paragraphs, and then we'll actually talk about a couple of body paragraphs here in just a few minutes. Sound fun? Excellent. Enjoy. We have really added to that. Look at that. Look at that. Way to go. I love you guys going through and giving a little like to the ones that you've read. If you've finished yours and you've taken a little break, you're refreshed, and you've got maybe a new bottle of water or a new latte, your Uber Eats just arrived, whatever it is. If you finished, go ahead and give it a little like if you see one that's really great. All right, you got about 1.5 minutes left on here. Get some great examples on here. I know the columns make them look really long. Okay, you got about 45 seconds. So if you would, go ahead, finish your thought, get ready to submit your idea, and get ready to move on. Just a minute. You got about 30 seconds now. All right, that does take us through the end of our time. Okay, so let's everybody stop posting and let's take a minute to look at a couple of these. Okay, this one caught my eye immediately. Notice the way that it brings you in. Imagine you're standing atop a cliff. Oh, and it just went away. Here we go. Imagine yourself standing atop a cliff. Now, doesn't that inflict some extreme anxiety within you? It surely does. However, there's a lot of satisfaction that comes out of the act of going through all of the work required for landing on top of that cliff. There's a lot of satisfaction simply coming out of the view you perceive atop that certain cliff. This is just an anecdote to prove how the unknown can at first feel scary, but can turn out to be a memorable experience. So notice that one brings in the anecdote and kind of pulls it through. And then it goes right into this concept of this argument is presented in Lindbergh's gift from the sea, which informs the reader that although there's a lot of fear coming from the unknown, it may prove, where are we going there? Oh, it kind of jumped around, didn't it? To be an enlightening experience. Although the act of facing the unknown may feel like it's something straight out of a horror movie, it is the experience it jumps around a little bit when we keep posting. Or that you are providing the commentary and analysis that's going to link it to the claim. So here's one that looks like it was in the process of being worked on when we ran out of time. The unknown has served as a stepping stone for humanity's medical advancement. So we've got a very clear topic sentence looking at that one. And then it goes into presenting the next piece. Before vaccines, it was culturally accepted fact that people would regularly die or become disabled from a contagious disease. Now, in this case, we're starting to see the evidence is pulling through: meningitis, smallpox, polio, and then you can kind of see how it's pulling in there. Throughout the 1800s and 1900s, scientists began experimenting with vaccines, and then we're still going down here. But notice the way that very specific evidence, it kind of funneled into the evidence and talking about the specific pieces from it, and then moved into the other aspects as well, okay? So when we move in to kind of looking at those paragraphs, we want to make sure that we have all of those pieces: the claims, the evidence, and then we want to make sure that the commentary and analysis thoroughly links it back. So, super cool. All right. This one right here is interesting. On the one hand, it is argued that breaking out, On the one hand, it is argued that breaking out of one's shell in life is fearful and anxiety-inducing. However, exploring the unknown and stepping out of one's comfort zone is necessary because it provides us with unexpected life achievements, stimulates personal growth, and contributes to new innovations of society. So what you would see here in this example is it would go into those details in those body paragraphs. Excellent. So what I see here tonight are some great ideas, and hopefully what you are seeing is some great ideas as well, that it's bringing through all of those pieces in terms of the claims, the evidence, and the commentary is bringing it back together, and that it's doing everything that it is supposed to do. So that said, are you ready to move to the next one? All right. So we are ready now to look at what we can do. So at this point, we've gone through, we've talked about breaking down those complicated texts and the understanding. We've talked about tracking the rhetorical situation and how the message is impacted by that. We've talked about the methods of development and how the line of reasoning is impacted. And we've moved into looking at the prompt to create a thesis statement. And then we've looked at the classical argument structure and Toulmin's model for argument to build a high quality response. From there, we talked about how we could use the methods of development to help to prove the point. So we talked about defining those specific examples, using the methods of development to break it through to the different pieces of what you are doing. So the next piece that we're going to look at here is going to be moving into argument. So from there, you're looking at the synthesis showdown, and we're going to move into the synthesis prompt next. Are you ready? Okay. So for your synthesis expectations, I need you to respond to the prompt with a thesis that may establish the line of reasoning. From there, you've got to provide evidence from at least 3 of the provided sources. Now, we've talked about that, but we've moved on to the other things as well when we were looking at that rehugo aspect. And from there, we moved into how, remember I said it says 3, Miss Kirk says 4. You remember that? That's what I want you to do here too, okay? So it says 3, but I need you to do 4. And I need you to clearly indicate what sources you're using. Now, you might use direct quotation, you might use paraphrase, and you might use summary. So the next thing is explaining the relationship between the evidence and the thesis. You've got to make sure that those pieces are there. And when you do that, you got to demonstrate understanding of the rhetorical situation, not just your rhetorical situation where you're writing, but the rhetorical situation of whatever topic you are given. And then, of course, that last one, making sure you're using appropriate grammar and punctuation when you are communicating the argument. So when you are going through and you're reading the prompt, the big ideas that you want to follow are, number one, your source info. Does the title of the source and the author give you some kind of an idea of what their particular interest or position might be? Does it give you a date? Because sometimes that date can help you to figure out what the context is and maybe even what the exigence might be. Then you want to look at the argument and the claims. Now, in every single text, you want to underline primary claims and you want to underline subclaims. And that's going to help you as you build your essay. When you're reading, you're annotating the evidence and the analysis that's going to help you along the way. So a really quick tip would be to put a plus next to anything that adds to your side of the issue and to put a minus next to anything that kind of goes against what you're saying, anything that would be a counter. The benefit to doing this is that you might not remember when you're reading it really fast. You might not remember what resource you looked at and which one said exactly this. But by going through and seeing those pluses and minuses on your page, it's going to be easier for you to figure out exactly what you were trying to say and what ideas you were trying to put together. Now, you can bracket any kind of a quote that you want to use to clarify your support or to illustrate some complexity or to contradict a previous claim. Now, remember, when we first started talking about argument, we said that you want to make sure that your evidence is sufficient and that it's relevant. That's what we need to do, right? So with that said, most of the time you're probably going to paraphrase your information, or you're going to maybe you're just going to kind of write like a short summary of it. But there might be instances where you want to pull in some direct quotes. So when you're reading a text and you find something that is brilliant and you can't say it any other way, or you're like, man, I got to use this to support my claim, those brackets will help you as you come back to look for it. Because remember, your outline is just going to be a quick bullet point outline. So this will help you as you jump into that next step. So now, whenever there's a graph or a visual, you're going to have to draw some conclusions from that information based on what you see in there. Now, you remember when I said that it says 3, but Ms. Kirk says 4? That graph and visual, let that be your fourth one, because you can mention that in passing as you're going forward, and it doesn't hurt at all with what you're looking at, okay? So you can kind of briefly mention that, and it counts. Now, the biggest thing I want to highlight here is with this idea of going through and putting a plus next to things that support what you're trying to say and a minus next to it, the whole idea, this essay is called synthesis for a reason. To synthesize ideas means to take the multiple perspectives and to put them together and see how it works. So I like to think of synthesis as the kitchen table, well, the dining room table actually, because when we have a meal and everybody sits down at the table, everyone has a different perspective about the same topic, right? Well, that's what we are doing here. We're thinking of the sources that we're given as a different person with a different perspective. And we've got to evaluate the ways in which those perspectives go together and the way that they don't go together to kind of help us forward in where we're going. Now, the rubric for the synthesis is almost the exact same as the rubric for the argument. The only difference is the number of sources. So if you look up at the top on that, you can see in the blue, if it's you've got one source. Notice up there in the 0, it says simply restates the thesis, repeats the provided information, or fewer than 2 of the provided sources. So if you only hit one source, goose egg. The next one says provides evidence from or references at least 2 of the sources. So you can get this with making sure you can still get the 1 when you use the 2 sources. Now notice there that it says summarizes but doesn't explain. So I think of a 1 as you might have 2 sources, or even more, but you might look at it in terms of, have you just summarized the issue, or have you really analyzed it and really put those pieces together and kind of thought about how it works, okay? Now, notice to hit the 3 sources, you can get the 2 points with 3 sources references, because it's the same thing that holds you back with that line of reasoning for argument. The same thing. No line of reasoning is established or the line of reasoning is faulty. So you have that specific thing is the same thing that's holding you back on that too. All right. Our goal here, remember, is 4 out of 6, right? When we're looking at that 4 out of 6 of a goal, we need to make sure that we earn the 3 in this area. So we need to make sure that we are providing specific evidence from at least 3 of the provided sources to support all of the claims in the line of reasoning. That we're explaining how some of the evidence supports a line of reasoning. Now, again, the key word there is some, okay? The commentary may fail to integrate some evidence, or fail to support a key claim. Just like in the argument, see, I told you you could do this. It's okay to miss on some because some is totally doable, isn't it? That's right. It doesn't have to be perfect. We just need to make sure we hit that sum. So the last one, of course, to hit that 4, that difference is consistent. Consistently explains the evidence supports the line of reasoning, all claims in line of reasoning. And then, of course, pulling down towards that bottom, it says organize and support an argument composed of multiple supporting claims, each with adequate evidence that is clearly explained. So that right there helps you with what we talked about before with the 1s and 2s and the A's and the B's. You need at least 2 body paragraphs, and ideally your body paragraph is going to have at least 2 pieces of evidence in there with the commentary and analysis that links it back. So now we have the stable prompt. AP came out and said we're going to do a stable prompt, and this is what it's going to look like, okay? So are you ready? All right. When you are looking at the prompt, uh-oh, my picture is a little bit in the way. It let me move it earlier. Okay. With that said, you do have the link. Remember that link was on there for your intro. And so we'll have to look at that. When you are looking at it, it talks about eminent domain is the power government has to acquire property from private owners for public use. Have you guys done this one already? It's okay if you have. All right, eminent domain is the power the governments have to acquire property from private ownership for public use. The rationale behind eminent domain is that governments have greater legal authority over lands within their dominion than do private owners. Eminent domain has been instituted in one way or another throughout the world for hundreds of years. So what you can see as our outline here is this first paragraph, it's always going to give you the background. So if you have no idea what the concept is that they're talking about, you're going to have a little bit of a background right there that's going to help jog your memory. So when I'm looking at this and I'm jogging the memory, I might think about this one a little bit differently. I had a student whose parents were having a fence put in or something, and she was had seen the paperwork for the property, and she noticed that at the front of the yard and the back of the yard, there was something that was listed as an easement. They can't do anything with that land because it's technically government land, even though it's on their property that they pay for. And so that was something that a student connected with. So that background piece can give you a little bit more to pull from there as well. Carefully read the following 6 sources, including the introductory information for each source, and then synthesize material from at least 3 of the sources and incorporate it into a coherent, well-developed essay that defends, challenges, or qualifies the notion that eminent domain is productive and beneficial. Now, in this case, it gives you the task requirement. As you read the task requirement, I want you to think about what you're supposed to do. In this case, it says defends, challenges, or qualifies. Now, remember, qualifies means that sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. And so you might want to think about that one, because if the whole goal here is to have a defensible thesis, this one can be challenging to do that with that qualification included in there. Okay, so task 2 gives me my task requirements. So when I look at this and I think, okay, what am I doing? I'm going to explain, I'm going to defend, challenge, or qualify the productivity and beneficiality of eminent domain. Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to determine, I'm going to make a decision, a judgment call. I'm going to have a position based on that productivity and beneficiality. Okay, so the next piece is going to give you some organization and some construction advice. This is pretty standard for like all of them. And so the more that you practice, the more that you know that, you still want to scan it just to make sure there's nothing extra there, but it kind of gives you a hint. Your argument should be the focus of your essay. Use the sources to develop your argument and explain the reasoning for it. Avoid merely summarizing the sources. Indicate clearly what you're drawing from, whether through direct quotation, paraphrase, or summary. Remember when I told you you'd have to think about that? You may cite the sources as source A, source B, or by using the descriptions in parentheses. Now, what I love about this is that you don't have to put like paragraph numbers or anything. You can literally just write Porter or source B. Like you can actually just give a descriptor of it right there, and that will help you. But it is synthesis. So when I'm building my body paragraphs, in order to truly synthesize, I have to put together the pieces from multiple sources as I go there together. So are you ready? it's your turn. What we're going to do is we're going to go back over here to our easy retro. And you guys are going to be able to look at that synthesis prompt, scroll all the way back up here, and underneath synthesis, if you'd be so kind, how about you give me a thesis statement, okay? Okay, you got about 10 seconds. All right. Are you ready? So I was kind of going through these just a moment ago. We got some great examples here. And some people already kind of figured out what we're going to do next and go into the next part of it. So you can see like some great examples pulling in the next piece. Eminent domain denies the basic human rights established in the Constitution, undermines the economy, and enables the government to establish unnecessary control of human property. So that thesis statement gives a clear position and previews 3 specific claims or subclaims that are going to be used there. We had some others. The purchase of private property with families may expand industrial growth. In the end, eminent domain is morally wrong as it displaces a family of their own homes as well as the contributes as well as contributes to the ongoing problem of greenhouse gas emissions from industrialization. So you can kind of see that here we're going to look at what it is that makes eminent domain morally wrong, and then we're going to talk about how eminent domain links to this problem with greenhouse gas. So you want to make sure that that link is very clear, because it seems a little bit of a stretched. So whatever evidence you use that's going to pull that in would be important, because we want to make sure, I think we're assuming, for example, what's going to happen on that land that we're taking kind of as it goes through. It denies the basic human rights established in the Constitution, undermines the economy, and enables the government. We looked at that one. So you want to make sure that your thesis statement pulls in a specific claim and a specific idea of what you're looking at. So you want to preview kind of what you're looking at. It's harmful to the public because it displaces low-income families. It allows the government to take land from whoever they want, whenever they want, without thinking of the consequence. So that gives you two things. They're saying it's harmful. It's going to focus on low-income families, and allowing the government to take land away from whomever they want. Now this one, here's another one, the good one. It brings in the other side, though many argue that eminent domain, I think that one may have just gotten deleted. But what I was going to highlight there is that it specified that though many sides, so it allows you to see the other aspect of it as well. Okay. Though many may argue that eminent domain can be beneficial in revitalizing an area, it still negatively affects those with low income, damages the right to private property, and is done under the statement of for the greater good, but follows corporatism. So you can see very specifically here, it's addressing, kind of giving a preview of the opposite side and lets you see the other pieces. Okay. All right. So in this point, we are going to kind of move on and we're going to look at the next piece. So here we're going to move into the IDA. With IDA, now remember we talked about IDA and we talked about Toby. So when we were looking at the unknown, what we've got to do is we've got to identify what those sources say and how does it connect to the position that we are trying to take on this, okay? Then we've got to look at deciding what source are you going to use, and let's categorize the elements based on how those elements support your claim. And you've got to analyze how does that support your claim or how does it not support your claim, because remember, you got to make sure that it's relevant, but you got to make sure that it's sufficient as well. And if you can't thoroughly link it in your commentary and analysis, then you can't really use that, can you? Absolutely, you can't. Okay, so here I had an example that is from source E. So it's the cartoon that is in there. And so you kind of take it for just a moment. And what I wanted to kind of highlight here is that if this is something that we want to make sure we use, don't ever skip the visual, but you do have to make some conclusions, draw some conclusions about what you see in it, right? So first thing is, what do you notice? Well, you probably noticed it's the three little pigs, right? I had a feeling you'd notice that. So then you can see they're holding a piece of paper. You notice that it's talking about eminent domain. We know that that's supposed to be about the greater good. And then it says, what the heck's a Walmart? And then you're like, a Walmart? And then you love the stab, having defeated the wolf, they lose their house to a greater foe. And Walmart is the greater foe, or representative of capitalism, however you want to word that. So the question becomes, what do you wonder? Well, I wonder why they use the three little pigs. I wonder why they use the connection between the three little pigs outsmarting the wolf and not being able to outsmart the concept of eminent domain, right? So then you got to think, how does this connect to the prompt? I think you already have some answers there, don't you? Absolutely, you do. So you could mention this in passing in your paragraphs as you go along the way, or you could mention it kind of as you get started on the front end. So, all right. Are you ready? I have a feeling you are. Now, you are going to have your thesis, your outline, and your big idea. So you're going to have an idea of exactly what your thesis statement's going to be. You've already kind of given us that when we started on our easy retro a little moment ago. Now the outline, you're going to quickly jot some ideas and help you kind of plan your written response. And we looked at what the outline might look like with the unknown prompt. So we're not going to look at that here. And then we're going to move into the big impact, the lasting impact of the text overall, the message that makes it worth studying. Okay. So I would like for you to take 10 minutes and do this, okay? So we're gonna take 10 minutes for you to go through and do this. Got about a minute and a half. All right, friends. Wasn't that a nice peaceful video for you guys while you're going through? Hopefully you were reading and really going through. Now, we've talked about a few examples first. We looked at our prompt. We talked about what that prompt was going to be, created kind of like an intended thesis statement. Now through, you've annotated looking at pluses and minuses. Now, some students absolutely will have a thesis statement that they're going to go with, and that's just the one they stick with, right? But sometimes it's more of a working thesis when we get started, and we're really nailing it down as we go through and read and annotate through those texts. So now you've had the opportunity to go through and read and annotate those texts and to kind of come up with your Toby, if you will. So I wanted to take just a moment, because sometimes at the end of reading those prompts, our brains kind of get away from us a little bit. And so I want to just remind you of your toolbox, okay? All those things that we talked about, how we're going to focus on what we can do and what's going to operate appropriately, then it would make it work, okay? So from here, I want you to think about classical structure, where you're building that response. Remember, you're going to do the introduction, your body, and your conclusions. You're going to have those pieces in it together. You're going to think about the chunks. Now, you've just broken down those texts by how it goes with your topic or how it goes against your topic. So you're going to use those chunks to build your response as you're moving forward in your essay. Now, from here, those strategies and devices, you get to employ them. And we talk about them all the time. We use them when we're speaking on a regular basis. And so as you write, some are probably just going to naturally happen. But it's possible that your brain, as you're in the wavelength, will come up with some other ideas that you can progress and you can move through with it. Next would be that Toulmin, that outline of the claims, the evidence, and then the warrant, where you're tying those pieces together for your body paragraphs. And then, of course, the modes of development, the techniques for developing the line of reasoning through your commentary and your analysis. So you can absolutely use those pieces to kind of help you as you move forward. Now, before we looked at the 3 body paragraphs, so this one is an example with 2. Although there are benefits to the usage of private property in this way, eminent domain is generally not productive or beneficial to the needs of the people, as it often targets the vulnerable communities and minority groups and can be detrimental to the economy as a whole. So just like we did before, we thought about how can we use a question to help us with our lines of reasoning. So the first point that you're trying to make here is, how does it exploit the vulnerable communities and the minority groups? And then the second point is, how is it detrimental to the economy as a whole? So that is our purpose for each of those body paragraphs. We want to put those pieces together and make sure that we have the evidence and the commentary and analysis to link those pieces to it, right? Okay, so here's an example with a body paragraph using that Toulmin structure. Now, remember that thesis statement, although there are benefits to the usage of private property in this way, eminent domain is generally not productive or beneficial to the needs of the people, as it often exploits vulnerable communities and minority groups and can be detrimental to the economy as a whole. So we start out with our topic sentence. Eminent domain often leads to the detriment of communities and vulnerable minority groups. Clear stated claim. We have got an exact idea of exactly what we're going, okay? So the next piece would be your evidence. According to Carney's article, eminent domain often leaves broken communities behind. In the Washington Examiner, the enactment of eminent domain often fails, direct quote here, to deliver the rebirth, community benefits, and jobs they promise, but succeeds in delivering profits to the companies that lobby for them. Now, notice the way that's pulled in from those quotes, so that would work there, okay? So from here, we look at these false promises end up harming the communities off which the politicians and large corporations profit, leading to an unfair balance, the opposite of the mutualistic economic relationship promised. Some may argue that eminent domain is beneficial. Now notice right here, it's addressing the counter argument. Some may argue it's beneficial because it can lead to improvements in transportation, construction, and the creation of parks to preserve nature and history. So you can see that it's bringing in complexities here. It's showing us a couple of different layers. While it is true that the acquisition of private property can benefit current society as well as future generations, such as through natural parks, it often has a detrimental effect. Bringing in another piece of evidence, history of the federal use of eminent domain by the United States Department of Justice states that when the U.S. acquires property through eminent domain, it has a constitutional responsibility to justly compensate the owner for fair market value of said property. However, this does not always occur, instead leading to an exploitation of communities and private property owners, causing more harm than good. Now, you'll notice the commentary and analysis in the previous example actually kind of pulls this in a little bit more. So you can see that there's a greater depth with the previous example, but in this one, we can still see that there is some commentary that actually concedes this doesn't actually occur, which is part of why it causes more harm than good. So you can see that bringing it in and thinking about those aspects as well. And then moving into the next paragraphs, a couple of other examples here. We have that, this is what I have on the paper because the computer is right there. The Toulmin also mentions the backfiring impact that eminent domain can have on cities' economies, since those that make aggressive use of eminent domain to promote private development projects often end up undermining their economies rather than enhancing them. Therefore, we can see that eminent domain can harm both small and minority communities as well as the economy overall. So it follows that same format. We've got that thesis or the topic sentence there that clearly relates to that thesis statement. We can see that it pulls in the quote, the direct quote. Now remember, you don't have to have a direct quote every single time. You can also paraphrase it and summarize it, those sorts of things as well. But this is an option that you have. And then we have that commentary and analysis. Therefore, we can see that eminent domain can harm both small minority communities as well as the economy overall. Now, in some instances, eminent domain can lead to improvements in communities through property redevelopment, such as pulling in a quote here, which is noted in this book. However, a method of revitalizing declining communities that often causes further harm and detriment is not the ideal method and should not be used in most circumstances. So you can see that that commentary and analysis clearly links the evidence that is provided to the next, to that primary thesis, that primary claim in that thesis statement. So just to kind of give you an idea, we talked about kind of how to wrap up the previous example. And in this one, we see another one. As seen in a 2008 Bizarro cartoon, after defeating the wolf, the three little pigs lose their house to a greater foe. That's interesting how they pull in a direct quote from that comic, because you would think that they would be able to make that happen. And it shows that they truly have that understanding by portraying eminent domain as comparable to and even stronger than the big bad wolf, classic storybook villain. It is clear that it often causes citizens to be targeted and victimized instead of raised up as promised. Although eminent domain can be beneficial at times and lead to economic and societal development, it ultimately gives too much powers to governments and allows communities to be taken advantage of and harmed more so than helped. All right, are you guys ready to work on your body paragraphs? So we have a 12-minute timer. I'm going to go ahead and set that timer for you. So go ahead. If you guys would like to kind of think through your, I'm going to change out and we're going to put this on. Okay. So I'm not sure what just happened. I noticed that it looks like some of those responses have disappeared. It looks like they've been moved over to the multiple choice thread. There we go. Okay, got about 25 seconds there for you. All right, that is your time. Take just a moment, finish your thought. Excellent job. All right, so we're going to go through and we're going to debrief and just kind of give you an idea of what this is going to look like when you're building those body paragraphs. So Kevin is actually going to join us and take over from here, and you guys are going to look at some of your paragraphs. So are you ready? All right, take it away, Kevin. Might take him just a moment.
Lag there as we're switching over, but I was reading through all of your body paragraphs that you were just writing on Easy Retro. Before we get in, let's just kind of check in with where we are. So thank you so much, Miss Kirk, for an excellent, I think went really quick 2.5 hours. We are halfway done, a little bit more than halfway done with this AP Lang CRAM. So Miss Kirk and I put this together. Again, really appreciate all of the stuff that you all have done so far with Miss Kirk. And we're going to keep on rolling through it another 2 hours and 15 minutes or so. So a little bit about me, and then I'm going to jump in and we'll look at some of our some feedback here. So I am really lucky to have been an AP reader since 2014. And the year that this was, I think it was 2018, I was a reader for this synthesis prompt. It's one of my favorite synthesis prompts about eminent domain. It's not a topic we talk about very often, but it's one that I read a lot of really fun essays about. So we'll look at some today, and I'll kind of tell you, yeah, here's what's going really well with evidence and commentary, and here's some areas for growth. Here's some areas to just consider. We're not going to completely change and disrupt what you've been doing all year. Today is all about just feeling good, walking into the test tomorrow. A lot of you are taking the test tomorrow. This will be the last little bit that you do for test prep. That's why we're doing this tonight. I know there's also a couple administrations later in May or even June. So whenever you're watching this, I want to make sure we're looking at, as we end today, some really good synthesis thoughts, and then I'm going to take over for the rest of the time. We'll be talking about rhetorical analysis, and then we're actually going to end with some multiple choice. So we kind of restructured a little bit based on what the email said. We saved multiple choice for the end. The reason for that is we just think that's a really important way to emphasize. So we're kind of going all in on these essays, and then the last bit of time, I'll be running us through some multiple choice practice. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm coming to you from Colorado, where it is currently snowing outside on May 11th. So hopefully wherever you are, you're a little warmer than I am. It's about 1 inch of snow on the ground and still coming down today. But let's get right into it. I'm going to share my screen. Again, it takes a second for the software that we're using to kind of catch up. But as soon as I do that, we're going to start looking at your writing in terms of what you just wrote on the synthesis eminent domain prompt. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see me in the corner of your screen. The software wasn't working on my computer. I was trying to get that to download this afternoon, and it just wasn't cooperating. So you won't see my face, but you'll certainly hear me as we keep working through this. All right, so let me go ahead and we can start looking at your writing. Okay, so I'm actually going to start with the very first one that you're seeing here in our document. I know retro or easy retro kind of like was shifting stuff around. It looks like we've got a lot of good stuff now locked in. So let me start with this first one. We're going to read through it in its entirety. Obviously, we won't have time to do that for all of them, but we will sit down and just say, okay, here's what's going well. Here's where we can continue to kind of push forward our commentary. All right, so let's get started. Eminent domain denies the basic human rights established in the Constitution. Let's pause. Topic sentence. Pretty solid topic sentence. It's a clear claim. I would even go a little bit further on if that's a positive or negative. It's pretty implied that it's a positive, right? I would say like even a little bit more clearly, yeah, this is a positive thing. Okay, let's keep going though. The founding fathers of the United States sought to provide equal protection of property guaranteed in the Constitution. The Fifth Amendment states, nor shall private property be taken for public use, as addressed in source A. I really like this students embedding quotes here. So my rule in my classroom is I never want you looking at quoting something for more than 10 sentences or 10 words at a time. So this student, just a quick phrase, but they are in control of the writing process and style. So it's embedded. It starts off with the First Amendment states, embeds the quote, and then kind of finish it up in their own words. So nice job there. Let's see what the commentary is. Although the Supreme Court has extended its sovereignty over private property through cases such as United States versus Gettysburg Electric Railroad Company, source A, private property should only be accessible to those who own the property. So I like this because this is very clearly the student's idea or commentary. It's not just summarizing source A, it's telling us what the student is referring to or what the student is thinking about this topic. Let's keep going. The student's going to keep going here. Some argue that eminent domain allows the government to facilitate transportation, supply water, construct public buildings, and aid in readily defense. Clear quote here, and then they're going to jump in and add their commentary. However, multiple cases depict how the government can deliver false promises. The city of Detroit resulted in economic decline as a result of Poll Town case that forcibly displaced some 4,000 people. Okay, so we're moving on to our third quote in our second source. We've done source A, and then source C. The government overstepped its boundaries in their efforts to promote private development and denied basic human rights of private property. Again, this is a solid sentence of commentary here. My feedback is this for this specific paragraph. Has a lot of positive things happening, embedding quotes, really successful. I really recommend, I know Ms. Kirk was just talking about this, having two different sources within one body paragraph. The reason for that, synthesis is all about bringing multiple perspectives together and forming your own. So by bringing in source A and C, that's like the crux of what synthesis is all about. So that was a really big strength of this essay. Another thing that I like is that it all generally flows pretty well. A couple things I would improve on, though. The biggest thing that I would improve on is adding another sentence or two of commentary of the student's own opinions as they're unpacking it before going to the next source. So for every source that you quote, you do want to have 2 to 4 sentences of commentary. This one had just about 1 as they kept going. And the only other thing I have for this paragraph is that we should have a little bit clearer of a topic sentence. It kind of flowed at the beginning, but then we moved away a little bit from the Constitution. So I would think, try to have a topic sentence that more clearly connects to the entire body paragraph. That would be going from beginning to end. What would be the umbrella that your body paragraph is underneath or that you're going to be talking about? All right, so let's keep going. Let's look at one more here. And we'll actually do this second one. The second one's a little bit long. And then for the sake of time, I'm going to just look at a couple quick things, and then we're going to keep going on to rhetorical analysis. I'm excited to do that. All right. Eminent domain, despite its altruistic intentions, can have extremely negative effects on low-income and vulnerable members of society with little to no repercussions for the government. This is a really solid topic sentence, one of the best I've seen on this topic. It's really clear, it's to the point, and I know exactly where this body paragraph is going. So this is a great model for our topic sentences. All right, and then let's go to the second sentence. Source C summarizes the damaging effects of eminent domain in multiple ways by stating, and then here's our quote, aggressive use of eminent domain also damages the social fabric of poor communities because of the displacement of residents, businesses, and churches, undermines social ties. My feedback here, you can cut down on this quote a little bit. Like I said, 10 words or less is always the goal that I set out for everyone. And again, you don't have to start with source C. Make this a little bit more your own writing and just embed the quote a little bit more naturally. So it really sounds like it's your voice, not really good topic sentence, and then kind of conceding to just a long quote from source C. Think about the one that we were just going over, how they embedded quotes. That's a good model up here for that. So that's some feedback here. It's a really strong quote selection. Just look on having it flow a little bit more naturally within your own writing style. But let's keep going. Obviously, the most important part is commentary. As the government takes ownership of private properties under the guise of promoting the economy of the US, it violates the fundamental principles of itself, that the government is, quote, by the people and for the people. Now, this is a great example of embedding a quote right here. As large corporations and their interests take interests over the people that the government claims to be dedicated to serve. This is a great sentence because it has a short but sweet quote. It's a perfect quote to pluck out and talk about, but it's surrounded by commentary, actually. It's not just saying source E says blank. This is commentary before and after the quote. And then there's going to be more. Let's keep going. Eminent domain's claims of private property also reaches back to racial and classist biases. Now, this is very clearly connected to the topic sentence. So we're on track for sure. And this is kind of shifting to the second half of the paragraph. As almost all cases of aggressive eminent domain prey on those in racial minority groups or those who are lower income. I love this. This is a paraphrase, but just reminding us, yeah, I saw this in source C. I'm not just making this up. Further creating a disparity between the wealthy and the poor and widening the US wealth gap. Great. This is all commentary saying, here's the stats from source C, but let me tell you why this is so problematic. Here's more commentary. So this is a great example of expanded commentary. Those who are removed from their land also face the dangers of being given far less than they deserve for their property. Many low-income residents could benefit from large sums of money in exchange for their property, as it could help them to rebuild their uprooted lives and better themselves in a new, stable neighborhood. This is excellent commentary. Let's finish off this sentence. However, past cases have shown that many towns and corporations seeking to utilize eminent domain offer compensation that is far under the value of the land they are using or modifying. That's a paraphrase, but we quickly throw in source F, something that can be used to prey upon low-income residents that are looking desperately for funds, not realizing what they may be missing. Eminent domain's aggressive search for property ignores the health, safety, and other needs of the most vulnerable, and thus does more damage than it does good. Now, source F is thrown in here, but not in a bad way. It doesn't detract or derail at all from the overall line of reasoning and flow of this paragraph. It's just a nice little way to be like, hey, this is what I'm talking about. I'm going to throw in that this is about source F, just doing some paraphrasing. But really, from here, source C, where it's mentioned, all the way down, this is all excellent commentary. So you want to be commentary heavy, not quote heavy. Again, what I said at the beginning is for every sentence that has a quote in it, you want 2 to 4 sentences of commentary. This one certainly has a good commentary ratio. Now, let's look at just a couple quick things as we wrap up this part here. Here's the one I wanted to shout out. Just looking at the topic sentence here. Low-income families are tremendously impacted by eminent domain. The only negative feedback or like critical feedback I have here is just, again, make sure it's super clear that this is a negative impact. Other than that, short, sweet is often what you want to have for a topic sentence. So I'm putting this out and forward as a model topic sentence here. I would just say are tremendously negatively impacted. And then one more thing I wanted to point out. Was this one. This is the last one we're going to look at full group, and then we're going to shift gears here. Just going to jump in right here when it says eminent domain. Some good commentary. Actually, let's go back up a sentence right here, though not all. Just wanted to shout out one more example of some really solid commentary. I've got a quote here, and I'm talking about it. Though not all citizens might not have been happy about the makeover, in the end, it turned out successful and helped the city's economic struggles. Eminent domain is used for the benefit of the whole community. It even plans out a great future for the next generations. So I've got 3 sentences here that clearly unpack this. So that's a good ratio. I've got a quote, I've got 3 sentences, and then I shift to another example from source A. Yeah, so a lot of good stuff happening here. Let me stop sharing this screen. And as we shift gears, that should be going away. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go back to our presentation now, and we're going to shift gears to rhetorical analysis. Before I start sharing my slides again, rhetorical analysis, a lot of students, it's their least favorite of the 3 essays. For me, it might be my favorite. So the point of AP language is all about what makes good writing, what makes a good argument. So what we get to do in synthesis and argument, which is what we've mainly been focusing on for the first 2.5 hours, is write our own arguments, prove our own points, have clear claims, use clear evidence, and unpack the evidence. Now what we'll do with rhetorical analysis, as you know, is look at an expert piece of writing, and it's always going to be a nonfiction argument. You're going to look at someone else's argument. And you're going to just look at, why is this a piece of good writing? Why is this a solid argument? So let's talk about some good examples of, or I shouldn't say examples, some good things to think about as you're reading through a rhetorical analysis prompt. And then we'll do our final writing practice of the year before you take this exam. All right, let's do this. So let me get our slides going here. And we will jump into analysis. All right, I'm going to go into presentation mode. All right, let's begin by jumping into analysis. Okay, so obviously you've been in the class for an entire semester or an entire year. You know what this rhetorical analysis is going to be all about. Let's just take a pause. Let's take a breath and make sure we're looking at this the right way before we jump into our practice, though. So, and again, by the way, if you're looking at this at a later date, the essays are going to be in a different order for different administrations. College Board didn't really have a clear reason for why that was the case. So don't really get caught up on FRQ 1, 2, or 3, but just know what we're talking about here is the rhetorical analysis essay. So this is when they're going to give you a nonfiction text, either a speech or a piece of writing of some sort. It's always going to be around 600, 800 words. And you're going to be looking at it for these things. What makes this a good piece of writing? Why is this an effective argument? So as you know, you're going to look at having a clear thesis. That thesis is going to identify the writer's rhetorical choices. You're going to be looking at some quotes to pluck out of the text that represent those rhetorical choices or writing choices. They're synonymous, so I'll say writing choices a lot tonight. Whatever they call it on the exam, no, this is what we're looking for. Rhetorical choices, what the author is doing to prove his or her point. All right, and then the most important thing is your commentary, which is analysis. What is the relationship between the evidence and the writing choice, which you put in your thesis? How does this help prove the author's point? All right, and then the best essays demonstrate an understanding of the rhetorical situation. We get a lot of people asking about the sophistication point. In order to get the sophistication point, you just want to not just be going kind of like robotically through your analysis, but you want to be really clearly in charge of the essay. You want to be really clearly in charge of understanding and unpacking the rhetorical situation. And then, of course, you're using grammar, punctuation, etc. This does need to be a polished draft. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just make sure you're focused on that as you go. That should not be at the forefront of your mind. Hopefully by now you've just developed habits where you capitalize things where you need to capitalize them, you punctuate your sentences. Just make sure, everything counts. This is a holistic score. So you're just writing the best that you can. It's always important as we launch into rhetorical analysis to just remember this very simple concept that your teachers probably talked about week 1 of AP Language. So this is the rhetorical triangle. This helps us think about the rhetorical situation. So the 3 sides, obviously, speaker subject, subject audience, audience speaker. And you got to be thinking about the relationship between each of these components. The most important, I argue, is this one over here, subject, audience. The more I can infer and think about the audience and how the audience relates and thinks about the subject, the better my commentary is going to be and the better grasp I have on the rhetorical situation. So full transparency, the more background knowledge you have on the topic, the more of an advantage that you have when you're writing this. So they're always going to give you enough background knowledge to be successful, but you might not, feel comfortable in it. You might not be able to get that sophistication point if this is like a brand new topic to you. Now, oftentimes they're pretty relatable topics where you'll feel okay, but again, the more background knowledge that you have, the more that you can infer about the specific intended audience of the work, the better off you'll be. And we'll talk more about what that looks like practically here as our final review before jumping into our final writing practice. Here's part of what I would like to think about as we're thinking about rhetorical analysis and that rhetorical analysis writing task as we shift over to like the reading part of it. So always in your mind, be asking these 3 questions. And I actually have my students before, during, and after reading the text, be thinking about these. So even before you are jumping in and reading the first paragraph, you should already be thinking, what's the rhetorical situation? And then these are kind of like some different ways to think about it. So number 1, what would the audience be thinking? So you're kind of getting into the audience's head. What would the audience be thinking about the topic before hearing the speech, during the speech, and after the speech, or, reading the essay? Second, how does the author anticipate the audience's thoughts? So in other words, you're inferring a lot about the audience. What is the author likely inferring about the audience? They're not going in blind. And then lastly, is the author reinforcing a common belief with his or her audience? Or is the author changing the audience's mind? And a lot of times, it's actually a little bit of both. Maybe this is a very common pattern. Maybe the first half of the essay, the author is building a bridge and really using unifying language between her and her audience. But then in the second half of the speech or essay, Maybe the author is starting to challenge them and saying, okay, now that you and I have all this in common and you know that we're on the same page, here's my challenge to you. So maybe then she is trying to change their mindset. So it's not like it's an either or, but it's really important as you're reading to recognize what's the purpose here. Is this just reinforcing a belief, or is the audience being challenged in some capacity? And it's really important. I'm a big believer in annotations. If you're taking the pencil and paper tomorrow, you'll just annotate in the margins. If you're watching this at a later time, you can still just annotate. You can write it down on a sheet of paper. You just won't necessarily have a sheet of paper in front of you with a prompt on it, but I still want you to be thinking about how you'll annotate as you read. Annotations hold you accountable to a high level reading of the text, and they actually save you time. So as you read, you're taking notes for whatever you're noticing of what writing choices the author is making. I'm a big believer in just use everyday language, especially as you're annotating. Just jot down, this is what the author is doing. These are the writing decisions he or she is making. Don't worry about fancy terminology. As an AP reader, I can promise you, we really are not impressed if you come up with this fancy word that you learned in AP language that you've never heard before, right? That's not impressive to us. What's impressive to us is your selection of the writing choices themselves, and most importantly, what you say with them. So don't stress out about matching a rhetorical term to the thing you're looking at. You can just use everyday language to say, this is what the author's doing. For example, let me talk about that for 1 second. I'm not looking necessarily for metonymy, synecdoche, these fancy words that maybe you've learned this year, maybe not. If I'm speaking a foreign language all of a sudden, you're like, what the heck is a metonymy? Don't worry, you're not behind. You don't need to know these fancy terms. Back in the day, maybe like 15, 20 years ago, AP language was more term device driven. So some old resources have those. Don't feel like you're missing out. You don't need to know them to be successful. In fact, sometimes they get in the way. So don't try to like match up a fancy terminology. Just tell us, hey, what do you see? So an example of what to do would be just saying something like this. The author, like kind of what I was saying before, maybe your first writing choice you've identified, the author uses unifying language to create a bond with her audience. That is a perfect writing choice to identify. And then maybe your second writing choice would be, once the bond is created, the author makes a direct challenge to her audience. These types of things are what we want to see, not the author uses a metonymy, because that's too specific often, and it doesn't often connect to the most important thing that the author does to prove his or her point. So again, what really matters is you're choosing the most impactful writing choices to talk about. Okay, and we're going to practice that. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. The last thing I want to point out on this slide is start every annotation with a verb. That way you're focused on what the author is doing. So example, criticizes the government's inaction. If that's what's happening, jot that down as your annotation. So you're going to have a bunch of annotations with, like, let's say 7 or 8 writing choices that you've identified. Then you're going to want to choose, like I just said, the 2 most important or the 3 most important. You're going to want to structure this as 2 or 3 body paragraphs. I get a lot of questions throughout the year on what's better, 2 or 3 body paragraphs. And what I'll say is this: whichever allows you to spend the most time in commentary. So oftentimes, that's actually 2 body paragraphs. Now, we'll talk about body paragraph structures and some recommendations from me tonight, but I recommend 2 body paragraphs is perfect. You know, you're not behind. It's just these have to be super fully developed paragraphs then. But for each paragraph, whether you do 2 or 3, I recommend 1 overarching writing choice, but 2 quotes that you can unpack. So some students might want to structure like 3 body paragraphs with 1 quote each, but it's actually stronger for every body paragraph to have 2 quotes. That way you can see that this is a writing choice that's an overall trend in the article or the speech. It's not just something that happened one time. So you don't want to write a whole body paragraph on one pronoun if it was only used once. But if you see the pronoun we, us over and over again, yeah, talk about a couple of them in one of those body paragraphs with that unifying language. Okay, so again, to recap, 2 paragraphs is just as good as 3 in terms of body paragraphs. What really matters is that deep, thorough commentary and your really clear selection of the most important writing choices. To determine the most important writing choices, you should be thinking about who the audience is. Because if the audience is the audience, then they're the ones who you got to be thinking about, not you and I, right? So you just got to get into, as I always say, get into the audience's head. What would be the most impactful thing that to the audience? Those are the writing choices you want to be talking about. Okay, here's our sample question for today. Again, we're doing 2018 prompts. This is the one we're going to use for our final writing sample of probably for a lot of you 2021 until you are moving on to either college or a senior. A lot of you, this is like one of the last writing things you'll do tomorrow as we're wrapping up the year, or maybe the highest stakes writing. So this is our last practice before the exam. Let's do a good job here. So I'm glad you all are here. Let's keep it moving to our prompt. So here's a sample question. In 1997, and this is just the background info or the context. In 1997, then United States Secretary of State Madeleine Albright gave the commencement speech to the graduating class of Mount Holyoke College, a women's college in Massachusetts. Read the passage carefully. Write an essay that analyzes the rhetorical choices Albright makes to convey her message. That perseverance can make a difference. All right, here's a quick, you can think of it as a formula. Again, kind of think about, we don't want formulaic writing, but there's these little pieces like a thesis, there's components that you want to make sure you include. So it's okay to be a little bit formulaic in your thesis, but you want to break beyond the formula. I guess I should say this, formula is nice, but it's not enough to be super successful. So you can't just be like, here's my 3 sentences of commentary, I'm good. Each sentence has to be thoughtful, appropriate, and build upon themselves, right? So quality is way more important, obviously, of your thoughts in your writing than just following a formula. At the same time, here's what we want to make sure we're seeing. And I guess what I meant to say here is think about that in your own writing. But in terms of what you can expect, College Board kind of has a formula here as well. So read the passage carefully. You're always going to see that. Write an essay that analyzes blah, 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 the writing choices. This year, they are going to give you the purpose, which is a new thing. So that's going to be nice. So you don't have to figure out what the purpose is. You'll just be reading. You got to think about, how is the purpose achieved? Okay. If you want to think about it this way, what's the specific concrete task? As you're reading, you're looking for rhetorical choices, the writing choices. And then the higher level task, what you're doing throughout is think about what the audience would be thinking. More than what you are thinking, think about this through the lens of the audience. In the back of your mind, what is the audience thinking for each of these writing moves? So that's why I want you to think it. Specifically, you're annotating for the choices you see, but in the back of your mind, you're thinking abstractly. In the back of your mind, what would the audience think here? Let that question guide your reading. And again, just kind of think as you're thinking through this, instead of you, audience, because I really want you thinking about the intended audience. So here, 1997, college graduates at an all-women's college. That's the intended specific audience, not you and I sitting here in 2021. So just making sure you're keeping that in mind. Just think about, as I'm going, what does the author want the audience thinking and feeling as the speech continues? All right, we will be looking at this prompt very shortly. Let's talk about the IDA strategy. Ms. Kirk was talking about this not too long ago. Identify, decide, and analyze. This is for our rhetorical analysis. So the biggest thing I was talking about, once you've annotated, you'll have 7 or 8 potentially different writing choices. Choose the 2 or maybe 3 that are most impactful. That's where you come to decide. Decide why the author has used this device, and choose the most important 2. That's part of this decision phase. Choose the most important ones, the ones you can talk about, the ones you can unpack with commentary. All right, lastly is analyze. That's where you really earn your points. Let me make this really clear. A lot of students ask me, well, which part's more important, the quote, the writing choice, or the analysis? It's kind of a complicated question. The analysis is the most important part. However, you can't have great analysis without a great writing choice selection and quote selection. So it's really, really important that as you're reading, you're thinking through like what your analysis would be in the back of your mind. Like I said, what would the audience be thinking here? Because then you'll go back through and say, okay, these are the 2 most important writing choices. And once you've done that, the commentary is already kind of in the back of your mind. Now you're just getting it on the page. Take a breath before you start to write any of these essays and just plan. I found so many times, year after year after year, that students who just take a breath and plan, even though it's under a time setting, you just want to get that pencil on the page, often do better than just rushing right into it. So really just think, okay, what are my quotes going to be? And what would my commentary be looking like at that point? Like as I'm actually sitting there writing it. The writing can go really fast if you have a few minutes of just think time and organization time before you get that pen on the page. So when we're outlining, again, my strong recommendation, 2 or 3 body paragraphs. A lot of students do 2 and are really successful because they're super thorough. And again, 2 pieces of evidence for each. Just like I was saying to kick off the synthesis review, what you'll want to do is for every quote you have, 3 or 4 sentences of commentary that focus in on the audience. This is what the audience is likely thinking here. And this is therefore why this is an effective quote or writing choice. All right, so for our outline here, thesis, you're going to create a sentence that is solid and defensible. In other words, you're going to clearly state the purpose and the 2 or 3 writing choices that will match up to your 2 or 3 body paragraphs. Easy. That's the easiest point out there is the thesis point. Y'all make sure you get it. Okay, outline. Again, you're just jotting down the most important writing choices and then go find the quotes and be thinking about what the analysis or commentary would be. And just to kind of have a different visual here. When you think of concrete detail, obviously you're thinking about a specific quote that you're plucking out of the text to talk about. Now, A and B are not equals. So that's kind of maybe a downfall of this type of visual. Maybe what you should see here is A, B, 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 commentary, commentary, commentary. And then C, another concrete detail, another quote. And then commentary, 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 right? So just know 3 or 4 sentences is your goal. That's a big, big push here. And just another way to think about your outline. When you see device 1, don't let that get in the way. Again, we're not talking about go find like a specific terminology thing, like go find a synecdoche. We're just saying find that quote that connects to the overarching writing choice. All right, let's get into what this thesis should look like. And there are a lot of questions every year about what is the difference between a rhetorical device and a writing choice or a rhetorical choice. So let's just take a pause to talk about that. It's what I've been talking about, and I've clearly been pushing you all away from devices. And you can see that's because those are acceptable. Good might even be a little bit too kind at times, but it works. It'll get the thesis point, but it'll often cap your potential in the commentary. So again, you don't want to just be like, in blah, 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 Madeline Albright uses a metaphor and diction. Or like those are like those very cliche type of theses that like, yeah, they work. Like I know that a metaphor and obviously like diction is in there, but we want to go a little beyond that. We want to, again, not just be like, here's something I see. It's here's the most important things that Albright did. I see the big picture and I'm focusing on the most important things. That's the difference between good and great. So those rhetorical choices are a little bit bigger picture than just a specific device. So that's our biggest difference. A device is like a term, like juxtaposition or repetition, where a rhetorical choice is, and you can see here we put strategy 1, 2, 3. Those are the bigger picture. Like I said, unifying herself with her audience, those type of things. And again, you just want to make sure your thesis statement is very clearly stating the purpose. And I always say use the author's last name. So let me show you the next slide. This is going to be a nicer way of looking at it. This is just the rubric we threw on here. Response to the prompt with the defensible thesis. Here's what I want to show you. The thesis has a primary claim, and it's very, very direct. It's very, very clear. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to hit that button. All right, so the biggest thing is that you want to say something like this. In order to blank, that's purpose, in order to, whatever the purpose is, Madeline Albright, writing choice 1, and writing choice 2. Make it really, really clear and show us what the writing choices are you're going to unpack throughout the rest of your essay. Okay, now we're going to shift to body paragraphs. I'm going to do this pretty quickly, and then we're going to get you into some practice here. Remember, we do have multiple choice happening at the end. So as soon as we're done with rhetorical analysis, we're going to shift gears to our writing choices. I'm sorry, our multiple choice, my bad. Writing choices was on my mind. So the first thing we're doing with topic sentence is choosing the most important writing choice, and then, or I guess the top 2 or 3, and then figuring out the best order. The best order is often just a chronological order of the text. The first thing that happens, like I said, maybe it's unifying herself with her audience. Often, unless there's a better reason not to, just have that be your first body paragraph. Kind of work your way through the text. That opens up higher levels of potential commentary, because you don't just say, here's the quote and here's what it says and here's why she said it. You can say, here's why she said it, where she says it. Here's why it was important for her to start off with blank. Here's why it was important for her to start off with unifying language. Okay, so let's look at the topic sentence here. We want to be really clear about what the writing choice is. Queen Elizabeth's main argument centers around the defining herself as a strong woman, which she uses to refocus the troops at a moment when a loss seems inevitable. All right, so that's very clearly, this is just a different topic just as an example, or a different prompt just as an example, but very clearly, it's short and sweet. It's not super long-winded, but I know exactly where I'm going here. Defining herself as a strong woman. Now, here is my first quote. Just like I was talking about with our synthesis review, 10 sentence maximum is always my goal for embedding quotes. You never want to concede or give up being the writer. You don't want to be like, here's a big quote from Queen Elizabeth. So let's show an example of what that looks like. In the beginning, she focuses her commentary on the way that she has placed her chiefest strengths and safeguards in the loyal hearts and goodwill of her subjects. So in the beginning is a key phrase there that's a really successful one. So again, often when you can kind of put it in chronological order, you can talk through why this happens at the exact location where it happens. Why does it happen at the beginning versus the end? All right, and again, good job embedding quotes here. Now here's where our commentary is. For every sentence of a quote, I need 3 or 4 sentences of commentary. That's my goal. By doing this, she brings herself down to the same level as the troops and states that she relies on her citizens and does everything with them in mind. When she states how much she relies on them, the audience will be motivated by the sense of pride and patriotism that will swell within their hearts. So that's 2 sentences, then we move on. It'd be even greater if we could have a little bit more, but this sentence is great because anytime, we never want to move on from our commentary before talking about how the audience would likely respond. So we really clearly see that here. But let's keep going with this example paragraph. Again, I'd like a little bit more commentary there, but we've got another quote. Let's look at it. Next, again, these key easy transitions, they're not just meaningless transitions. It's not first, second, third for no reason. We're tracking the flow of her argument by looking at where she starts and then where she goes. So next, she says specifically that she is willing to live or die amongst those who are with her, continuing that she will lay down for my God and for my kingdom and my people, my honor, my blood. Okay, so again, nice job embedding quotes there. We don't just have a huge quote, we have a tiny quote, a little bit more paraphrase, and then we have another quote. Here's her commentary. Because she is clearly willing to die with them, the audience will recognize the severity of the sacrifice she senses. A really solid sentence because it's audience-centered. Audience-centered is often the best commentary. Let's keep going with this commentary. The sacrifice she is willing to make is not unlike the sacrifice the troops would be making should they lose their lives, which reiterates the concept that they're all in this together. Now, this is actually still commentary. I know it looks like a third quote. They're just re-emphasizing parts of the quote they already said. So this part has a ton of commentary. I would like it a little bit better balanced, maybe another sentence or 2 here. But overall, let's look at the positives of this commentary. Once again, the audience would feel pride, more audience-centered commentary. That would make them willing to sacrifice the same as she would, to live and die amongst everyone there and to lay down for their God, kingdom, and people. This encourages and energizes the troops because they now realize they can trust their leader and they recognize that they are strong people who are faithful and loving. By making that final pull, this is a really good sentence, so let's really focus in. This is our wrap-up sentence to kind of just conclude this writing choice. So let me emphasize this. By making that final pull toward laying it down to their God, the ability to fight also becomes a moment of religious duty, further driving the audience's pride and willingness to stand and fight despite the great odds against them. Couple reasons why this is such a strong body paragraph. It's thorough. There's many sentences of commentary, even though this one, I would say, try to get another one. They kind of compensate for it here. Like there's like 5 sentences of commentary and then a really clear wrap-up sentence. But again, it's not about quantity alone. It's about the quality of the quantity. Okay, that's like a tongue twister. What I'm saying is, you want as much as you can that builds upon itself and keeps connecting to the purpose. You don't want to start getting repetitive, in other words. So again, this, if you look back at it, an excellent example of each sentence building onto the next to get to this ultimate wrap-up sentence. All right. We'll talk about conclusions quickly. A lot of students ask, how valuable are conclusions? Like, are they really worth it? And the answer is sort of. So basically, you want to have one. You want to make sure that you're presenting a fully formed argument, or in this case, essay, an analytical essay, to your College Board reader. But I actually think we have on this slide 5 minutes, but I want to emphasize that's the maximum amount of time you want to spend on a conclusion. In fact, if you spend 3 minutes on a conclusion or even 2, that's okay. So the biggest thing is you want to make sure that you are spending as much time, you're maximizing your minutes in those body paragraphs, getting to those deep audience-centered levels of commentary. But then you still are writing a quick conclusion just to wrap things up and to say, yeah, I finished this essay. That's a good thing, right? I have a fully developed essay here. That's important. I guess a common question, let me just address, what happens if you don't have a conclusion? You're not going to be handicapped for it. You're not going to be punished for it, but you also just won't be rewarded for it. So if you're on the fence between a 3 out of 4 and a 4 out of 4 in evidence and commentary, you have some kind of nice final thoughts of commentary in your conclusion, well, that can put you over the fence, right? It's not going to be like, oh, you're on track for a 3 out of 4. Oh, no conclusion, down to a 2. That's not how it works. But again, if you have it, it's only going to help you. So let's talk about what that looks like. You're kind of rehashing the thesis. Again, don't have a conclusion that doesn't connect clearly to the purpose. And what I would just do is say, hey, by doing X, Y, and Z, or by doing X and Y, our writing choices, this is what the audience would be thinking. And what the best conclusions for rhetorical analysis are often, therefore, this is what the audience would be thinking as they leave the room of the speech or as they close the newspaper. However they're accessing this nonfiction text. This is the final thought the audience would be thinking about, and this is probably what they would end up doing because of it. Something like that that's really audience focused is short and sweet, but that is the best way to wrap up. All right, I've been doing a lot of talking, doing a lot of looking at your rhetorical analysis model. Now it's your turn. So we're going to be back on Easy Retro for the final time, and you're going to be looking at this prompt. I didn't give you time yet to read through the actual Madeline Albright, but it is posted in Easy Retro. At the top, we have the, you've pulled up the 2018 prompts. That's what we've been in. So if you close that, again, you can just pull that back up. Madeline Albright is the rhetorical analysis. Okay. Because we didn't have time for it, you'll have more time than just 12 minutes for your thing. So what I'm actually going to do is a couple quick rounds where you'll be able to look at the speech. You're going to annotate it, and then we'll be doing this. So again, a couple rounds. First, we're going to look through it, talk about our thesis, and then we're going to write a body paragraph. So again, make sure you're with me here. So you're going to pull up the actual prompt. I'm going to give you 12 minutes on the timer to read through and actually look at what the 2 most important writing choices would be. Once we do that, we'll shift over to body paragraphs. Okay, so I'm going to put 12 minutes on the clock for you all. And again, all you're doing is writing your own thesis statement before the 12 minutes is done or by the end of the 12 minutes. And we do have TAs on standby if there's any additional questions or pieces of clarity we can do. Again, the biggest thing is the writing choices is super important of thinking in the back of your minds as you're reading through this prompt. What is the audience thinking? What would be the 2 or 3 most important writing choices that Madam Albright makes? Remember, this is a specific women's college. Once you have your thesis, that is what you're putting in the Easy Retro. Don't do your body paragraph yet. This is just our slide to pause. Okay, go ahead and begin. You have 12 minutes to read, annotate, and write your thesis. All right, if the link for some reason disappeared on that easy retro, I see someone just reposted it for me. I appreciate that. So, and if you, again, closed out of that 2018 document where we had eminent domain, etc. Again, if you want to just type in 2018 AP language prompts, easy to find, Madam Albright. Again, all we're doing right now, reading through it, finding those most important writing choices, crafting a thesis statement. No rush, everybody. I know there's already about 10 thesis statements in our Easy Retro board. But again, you got 7 minutes until you got to have yours done if you want to have that timed reading practice. 7 more minutes to read through the whole prompt and to craft your thesis. There's a lot of good thesis statements popping up. I'm reading through them as they're coming in. 3 more minutes, and then we're going to shift gears to our body paragraph. So 3 more minutes to be done reading, selecting the most important writing choices, 2 or 3, and then submitting that thesis statement. But these are looking very solid, everybody. And if you've already posted, I know some of you are already doing this, feel free to go through, look through other students' thesis statements. I see a lot of like buttons on ones that you're like, yep, that's great. Go ahead and do that if you're done with yours. If not, a couple more minutes. And 1 more minute of our thesis time. Okay, awesome, everybody. I'm just going to read one of these out loud, and then we're going to shift over to transitioning right to a body paragraph practice, which obviously takes a little bit more typing time, but you've just read the prompt. The reason why I wanted to save the thesis this time was to do them back to back, kind of like you'll do tomorrow on this exam. You'll read it, you'll have your thesis in mind, you'll take a few minutes to brainstorm an outline, and then you will jump into writing. So we're going to kind of emulate that here. So let me read one solid example. In her commencement speech to graduates of Mount Holyoke College, then Secretary of State Madeleine Albright works to inspire the graduates to persevere in the face of new global challenges by speaking to the issues that we have tackled thus far as a country, that's writing choice 1, and underscoring the transcontinental strength of powerful, determined women. That's writing choice 2. I chose this one, and there's a lot of really solid ones, just because I think this does a great job of saying in order to purpose. You always want to clearly state the purpose. And then also it has maybe the 2 most important writing choices that I see as I'm reading through this. So again, one is looking at the global success from the United States policies, and then also focusing on powerful, determined women accomplishments throughout the world. So I see a couple of you just hit the like button on the one I was talking about. Maybe you found it in that chain of awesome thesis statements. There's a lot of really good ones I could have shouted out. So really solid work here. The biggest push, if you could leave with anything today about rhetorical analysis, is really take time to think about what the most impactful writing choices would be. Okay, now we're going to shift gears and we're going to write it, just write, you're going to submit your second piece under this column. Now it's going to be your full body paragraph, whichever one you would prefer to practice. We'll do a pretty brief review of these so we can still get to our multiple choice to end the night. We've got just about 1 hour left of our CRAM today. Y'all are doing great. So let's jump into 12 minutes to write one body paragraph. This is your final writing practice before tomorrow's exam. So you'll get out of this whatever you put in for the next 12 minutes. I will be here to provide a little bit of feedback before we shift gears to multiple choice, and we'll move on from these essays. All right, go ahead and begin. One body paragraph, whichever one you would prefer to write, and we'll just put them right here on that same rhetorical analysis, easy retro. Okay, timer, I'm resetting, and go ahead and begin your body paragraph. All right, we got 6 minutes. That means we're halfway done with this final round of writing. Got your body paragraph going. Keep up the good work, everybody. All right, 3 more minutes of writing time, and then we'll do a quick review. Okay, final minute of writing time, everybody. Okay, awesome. I'm going to stop sharing this screen and we're going to go back to the Easy Retro board. Just take it a few seconds to toggle over. Okay, before we do, again, I was emphasizing this a lot before we started writing. What I really like to see, I was reading through all of your writing as you were typing, and again, that commentary to quote ratio is really strong. So for every one sentence where you embed a quote, you want to have 3 to 4 sentences of commentary. And then the second thing I focused on, remember, was not just length and like lots and lots of commentary, but quality of commentary. So the biggest thing to think about that is audience-centered commentary. So we're going to toggle over to that and just do a little bit of full group review before we end today with multiple choice. So let me switch back over there. Okay, cool. Okay, just going to do, we're not going to look at any full body paragraphs. I'm just going to go highlight some that stood out to me in terms of quality of commentary. So this is the first one right up here. Right here. Through a tone that is noticeably patriotic, as well as it is straightforward, Secretary of State Albright provides the women in the audience with one reassurance. Even when, given all your struggles as a woman, you are able to succeed. She provides the audience with all of the achievements she's gained as a mastermind of foreign policy, with the ultimate goal of establishing the graduate's position as future leaders of the world. And as you can see, it keeps going on. I just thought those 3 or 4 sentences of commentary were spot on and a perfect example of each sentence building on off of the last. So you look at one sentence and then you go somewhere with it. Really solid audience-centered commentary here. Okay, a couple more I wanted to shout out before we do multiple choice. Right here. Here's our commentary. Seeing as though her audience would be a sea of college students, illustrating these 3 specific experiences, which she talked about, with a small number of women in these 3 countries creates a warm tone, as if she is individually speaking to each member of the audience. Now, I could stop there, but this student keeps going, so let's watch. This, therefore, draws listeners in and increases their willingness to listen to her speech, as well as improves their reception of the true meaning of Madeline's speech. Okay, I love that last sentence. Again, it's all audience focused. It's not repetitive. It's building on thoughts. So first we talk, I think this is so insightful. She's talking about her experiences that are like really awesome experiences, but there's still some level of relatability in them, right? Because they're about experiences that she's had with other women, and she's talking to women. She wants the women to envision themselves in these roles. Really awesome job here. Okay, I wanted to shout out one more. And it's right here. Let's actually look at how the quote's embedded, and then we'll go all the way to here. By the way, one last thing I should say. I tell my students this all the time. If you have a plan, if you sit breathe, brainstorm, figure out what you want to say, you can write a lot in 12 minutes for a body paragraph. So really, it's all, thinking quick on your feet. This is super impressive what a lot of you wrote in just 12 minutes. So really awesome job. Let's look at one more. All right, the first example she begins with is the fall of the Berlin Wall, stating that although the country should be satisfied, hold on, it just left on me. Let me find it. Here we go. Should be satisfied with this, the United States took an extra step towards achieving democracy for all and bolstering NATO. And here we go. You all did a great job focusing on the audience. Because the audience consists of mostly American graduates, she is inspiring a sense of patriotism within these women. Absolutely. This causes these women to become proud of the country they live in, motivating them to follow in its example. This is ultimately effective, great line, because it plants the seed for her ultimate call to action, that these graduating women should go out and seek greatness and progress in the world beyond their accomplishments at college. I shouted this one out. I really appreciated this person who wrote this because, again, what I said is you want to connect the different writing choices together, and a great way to do that is looking at it chronologically. This is a great example of that. Once she does X, it allows her to do Y. Let's look at that sentence one more time. I just love the writing style here and the flow of thought as we're looking at the connection of the different writing choices. This is ultimately effective because it plants the seed for her ultimate call to action. Love it. Okay, that's all we're going to do on Easy Retro. You can go ahead and close that out. We're going to be on multiple choice for the next 45 minutes. I'm excited to do that. So with multiple choice, these were questions that Miss Kirk and I created. These are seen only here on Fiveable. So what we're going to do the last 45 minutes is some practice rounds. So I'll share my screen. We'll look at these questions together, and we'll go pretty quickly through them so we can get through them. We have 10 questions that are those rhetorical analysis questions. Those are those traditional ones where there's a passage and you're looking at reading comprehension and analysis. And then the last set is composition questions. And that is the order that you'll see them on the exam. You'll see a couple rhetorical analysis passages and then 3 shorter composition questions. Those are the questions where you're going to be thinking as a editor. And you're going to be revising, not like punctuation and spelling, not proofreading. You're revising. What that means for these composition questions, you're going to be looking at the line of reasoning, the flow, transitions, that kind of stuff. So we're going to practice that. We have 10 questions for each type. All right, so let me shift back over to our slides and we'll look at some multiple choice. All right, here we go. All right, so 45 questions in 1 hour. And I know we're only spending 45 minutes on multiple choice tonight. I'm a big believer in multiple choice, and it's important here. We're not just looking at teaching to a test or practicing for a test. These multiple choice questions are written really well to just say, hey, do you have the skills? And we're testing the skills that we want for this course. Can you see how an argument is put together logically? And also, can you put on the basically revision cap and figure out what's the best way to edit and revise? So these are really solid questions. I'm excited to run through them with you all today. Again, 45% of your exam score is significant. You want to do the best you can on every single question. I'm going to talk about that here in a second. But before I do, 20 to 23 of the questions will be those reading rhetorical analysis questions. That's going to likely be 2 nonfiction passages, like the first one we're going to see here. And then split over 3 shorter nonfiction passages, there'll be those 20 to 22 questions. Here's the biggest thing. You want to make sure you see every question. And if you have to guess because of time, you want to guess on the hardest ones. So in other words, if you're spending more than a minute or 2 on a question, well, you don't really have time. So take your best guess if it's a harder question and move on. You can flag it to go back. Now, there's a really important caveat with that. If you're taking the test pencil paper, you can obviously like flip back and forth. If you're taking a later administration of the test, so that's May 26th or after, if you're doing it online, you can't go back. I'm not sure why College Board landed on that decision, but that is their decision. So you have to just really keep your eye on the clock. You've got 1 hour to do all these questions. But again, go back if you had to guess, if you have extra time on tomorrow's exam. But if you're taking it on the computer, they don't let you go back. So you really want to just forget about the question once you take your best guess and go all in on the next ones. So ideally, you take exactly 60 minutes to answer 45 questions. You don't want to finish early, and obviously you don't want to leave any blank. So you'll guess on any that you don't get to, but what I prefer is guess on the really hard questions and keep it moving. That way you get to every question. I found that a lot of students, and in fact, like every student that I've talked to, prefers the composition questions. They think they're a little bit easier. So you don't want to have to guess on 4 or 5 composition questions. You want to make sure you can get to them. You want to make sure that, again, if you're a little bit behind schedule, and again, you got 45 minutes to do 60 questions. If you're a little bit behind schedule, I'm sorry, I said that backwards. You've got 60 minutes to do 45 questions. That's important. Okay, if you're a little behind schedule, guess on those analytical questions to make sure you can see every single composition question. That's just test taking strategy right there. So for the first one that we're going to do today, read and analyze nonfiction texts. I recommend 17 or 18 minutes per passage. So this will take you a little bit more than half the time, and that's okay because you'll see the composition questions go a lot quicker. So 17 or 18 minutes per passage, that's going to be between 34 and 36 out of the total 60 that you spend on these first 23 to 25 questions. Makes sense. It's a little bit more than half, and the passages are longer and a little bit more difficult. So let's just focus the first chunk here on these type of questions, these traditional, if you took the SAT, think of it as just the reading part of the SAT. It's just reading, comprehension, and analysis. So always read the background info. Make sure you don't skim over that. Like, take a second to think about it. Just like you would on a rhetorical analysis essay. Think about what you are, what the author is probably going to say and who the audience is. Think about that rhetorical situation, that rhetorical triangle. And then read to comprehend, not to answer questions. I have my students don't even look at the questions, just read the passage, take a few minutes, annotate as you go for a main idea, just jotting down in the margins what each paragraph is all about. And then the questions will fall in line. Again, don't go look at the questions. A lot of test taking strategies recommend that. A lot of test books say, go read through every question and then go back and read because it'll guide your reading. I've actually found for AP language that that's often not the case. It's going to kind of get in the way of your reading. Just read to understand and be thinking through all the things you do as a good reader. And then often the questions fall in line. As you annotate, again, underline key phrases. If there's vague pronouns, this is my third bullet point, like track those. So if it's it, but they mean different things, make sure you understand that before you keep going. You might even want to write down what it's referring to or circle it, draw a line back to that antecedent, that word it refers to. Here's our practice prompt tonight. This is actually going to be, we just did Madeline Albright. She was 2018's rhetorical analysis prompt. This is 2019, so this is Gandhi. A lot of you have probably written on this before. I'm going to do a quick read of this prompt full group, and then we're going to jump in. We're going to treat this not as if it was a rhetorical analysis passage, but as if it was a multiple choice passage. We're going to do this quickly so we can get through the questions. All right, so I'm just going to read this quickly. Just read with me because we're going to jump right into the multiple choice questions as soon as I'm done. The passage is from a letter Gandhi wrote to Viceroy Lord Irwin, the representative of the British Crown in India, shortly before the Salt March. All right, here we go. I know that in embarking on nonviolence, I shall be running what might fairly be termed a mad risk. But the victories of truth have never been won without risks, often of the gravest character. Conversion of a nation that has consciously or unconsciously preyed upon another, far more numerous, far more ancient, and no less cultured than itself, is worth any amount of risk. All right, so he's talking about the Salt March movement. He's talking to Viceroy Lord Irwin, as we talked about. So just a quick thing to note before we continue. He's basically saying, hey, if you don't change the way that Britain is treating India, we are going to have to do a nonviolent protest in the form of a Salt March. That's kind of like setting the scene here. So let's keep going. Paragraph 2. I have deliberately used the word conversion, for my ambition is no less than to convert the British people through nonviolence, and thus to make them see the wrong they have done to India. I do not seek to harm your people. I want to serve them even as I want to serve my own. I believe that I have always served them. I served them, again, he's talking about the British people, up to 1919 blindly. But when my eyes were opened and I conceived non-cooperation, the object still was to serve them. I employed the same weapon that I have, in all humility, successfully used against the dearest members of my family. If I have equal love for your people with mine, it will not long remain hidden. It will be acknowledged by them, even as the members of my family acknowledged after they had tried me for several years. If the people join me, as I expect they will, the sufferings they will undergo, unless the British nation sooner retraces its steps, will be enough to melt the stoniest hearts. Okay, so he's talking here all about, hey, I've always been kind to Britain, but they haven't returned the favor. He's just kind of going through, not in a Britain you suck kind of tone, but more of like a kind, almost loving tone for the people who are oppressing the people of India. That's a really important thing to notice as we keep reading. This paragraph's super long. You can see then here's the end. So we got 3 slides here of the text itself. The plan through civil disobedience will be to combat such evils as I have sampled out. If we want to sever the British connection, it is because of such evils. When they are removed, the path becomes easy. Then the way to friendly negotiation will be open. If the British commerce with India is purified of greed, you will have no difficulty in recognizing our independence. I invite you then to pave the way for immediate removal of those evils, and thus open a way for a real conference between equals, interested only in promoting the common good of mankind through voluntary fellowship, and in arranging terms of mutual help and commerce equally suited to both. You have unnecessarily laid stress upon communal problems that unhappily affect this land. Important though they undoubtedly are for the consideration of any scheme of government, they have little bearing on the greater problems which are above communities and which affect them all equally. But if you cannot see your way to deal with these evils, and my letter makes no appeal to your heart, on the 11th day of this month, I shall proceed with such co-workers of the ashram as I can take. To disregard the provisions of the salt laws, I regard this tax to be the most iniquitous of all from the poor man's standpoint. As the independence movement is essentially for the poorest in the land, the beginning will be made with this evil. The wonder is that we have submitted to the cruel monopoly for so long. It is, I know, open to you to frustrate my design by arresting me. In other words, I know you plan on arresting me if I do this salt march. I hope that there will be tens of thousands ready in a disciplined manner to take up the work after me, and in the act of disobeying the SALT Act, to lay themselves open to the penalties of a law that should never have disfigured the statute book. All right, that was a really long paragraph. The biggest things to focus on as I'm reading through it, it's like that, hey, I don't want to do this, but this is clearly my plan. If you cannot see to listen to my pleas here, we will have to pursue this form of protest. All right, let's finish off this quick passage and then we'll get to our questions. All right, I have no desire to cause you unnecessary embarrassment or any at all, so far as I can help. If you think that there is any substance in my letter, and if you will care to discuss matters with me, and if to that end you would like me to postpone publication of this letter, I shall gladly refrain on receipt of a telegram to that effect soon after this reaches you. You will, however, do me the favor to not deflect me from my course, unless you can see your way to conform to the substance of this letter. This letter is not in any way intended as a threat, but is a simple and sacred duty, peremptory on a civil resistor. Therefore, I am having it specially delivered by a young English friend who believes in the Indian cause and is a full believer in nonviolence, and whom Providence God, seems to have sent to me, as it were, for the very purpose. That's a very intentional end by saying, hey, I am having an English friend deliver this pro-Indian message to you. But also I want you to notice like the balance of his tone here is very firm, but very loving. Hey, I don't want to threaten you. I'm just telling you what's about to happen. Like this needs to change or we're going to have to protest. The ball is in your court. Okay, let's shift over to the questions. How we're going to do the questions today. Usually I would have the chat up, but there's so many students today, the chat or the polls aren't going to be working. So instead, because we've got hundreds of students here with us right now, we're just going to have everybody independently think through these questions, and then I'll go over them. So I'm going to read the question, give you 1 minute of think time as you're reading through A, B, C, D, and E, and then you're going to just have in your brain, what do I think it is? You can write it down if you want, or you can just have it in your mind. But we're going to go quick through these. We have 30 minutes left, and we've got 20 questions to do. This is how we're ending our 5-hour stream. So what is the primary purpose of this passage? Go ahead and read through these on your own. In 1 minute, I'm going to show you the answer. And by the way, when it refers back to the text, I'm going to show you that part of the text. For the first couple of questions, these are big picture. If you've read this well, you should be able to answer this without having to go back and read the text. Because you don't really want to reread the whole thing, right? So 1 minute, look through it, and then I'll tell you the answer. We got about 20 seconds on number 1. Okay, 5 seconds. Have your guess in mind, and then I'm going to show you what this first one is, and just see how you do on these. Primary purpose is B. Gandhi informs Lord Irwin of the anticipated SALT march so that he will act toward revoking the SALT Act. That's very clearly his purpose. Hey, this is our plan. The ball is in your court. You can either change these laws, this discriminatory SALT Act, or we will have to protest. B is the best answer. Holistic, if you understood that passage, you can get these type of questions right. These are just big picture comprehension. Anytime you're reading a passage, this should be on the forefront of your mind. What's the purpose here? Okay, so let's go to number 2, and we'll do it the same way. This is a big picture question, so I'm not going to go back to the text. It's just think back to what we just read together, and then you'll have a minute to answer before I show you the answer. All right, I'll read the question. You'll read A, B, C, D, and E on your own. Which of the following statements best summarizes the main claim about British control over India that is developed in the passage? What I want you to focus on, what is the main claim about British control? If you understand this passage, you should be able to get this. Go ahead, take 1 minute. Okay, about 10 seconds until I show you the answer for number 2. All right, let's see how we did on number 2. Number 2 is A. Let's just go back and check. The British treatment of India is immoral and in need of immediate rectification. That one should have been pretty easy, right? Again, you'll get questions like this where the text isn't necessarily easy, but if you understand the text, these questions will fall in line. If I read this question first and was looking back through it, I might get again, wrapped up on what's this British control, where really I just had to read the whole passage. I got this. All right, let's go to number 3. In the first sentence of the passage, the speaker engages the attention of the audience with which of the following types of statement? So for this question, let's go back and look at the sentence. Let's just reread it, and then we'll go back A, B, C, D, or E. I know that in embarking on nonviolence, I shall be running what might fairly be termed a mad risk. I'm going to read it one more time, then I'm going to go back and you can look through A, B, C, D, and E. I know that in embarking on nonviolence, I shall be running what might fairly be termed a mad risk. Okay, you got 1 minute. Look through these 5. Have your choice in mind. About 20 more seconds to choose your answer on this one. Okay, 5 seconds. I'll show you the answer. Here we go. So the answer is D. Let's go back and make sure we see that. It's an acknowledgement of the risks associated with the nonviolent approach and a justification as to why the risk is necessary. Let's see that. I know that I'm running a risk, right? This is very clearly an acknowledgement here. But he's going on to say, this is why this risk is worth it. Let's keep going. Number 4, which of the following best describes how the author represents the risks associated with the nonviolent approach the Indians will take? This one is a big picture question, so there's nothing that I'm going to zoom back into in terms of the text. Just think back to what we read, big picture, and then look at A, B, C, D, and E. So in 1 minute, again, I'll show you the answer to this one. Which of the following best describes how the author represents the risks associated with the non-violent approach the Indians will take? Okay, about 15 seconds to figure this one out. Okay, I'm shifting over to show you the answer here. Our answer for number 4 is A. Which of the following best describes how the author represents the risks associated with the nonviolence? So let's look at A. Gandhi recognizes that Indian nonviolence may be met with British violence or his particular arrest, but the protest is worth any amount of risk. That's clearly what his picture is. All right, I know the risks, but I'm going for it anyway. All right, number 5. Remember, we got 10 of each type of question. So in the second paragraph, the speaker uses the word conversion to. Obviously, we need to go back and look at that. So let's look at conversion. Right here, I bolded it. I have deliberately used the word conversion. Let's look at it in context. Let's look at the sentence before it and after it, and then I'll go back and you can choose. Conversion of a nation that has consciously or unconsciously preyed upon another, far more numerous, far more ancient, and no less cultured than itself, is worth any amount of risk. I have deliberately used the word conversion, for my ambition is no less than to convert the British people through nonviolence, and thus to make them see the wrong they have done to India. Go ahead and look through A through E. You have 1 minute. All right, just about 10 seconds left for number 5. All right, let's go check it out. So this one is C. Let's make sure we see why. To highlight the inherent need for changing the attitudes behind the treatment of the Indian people. Let's go back to the text and see where's that need. It's actually right after. That's why it's important we see these in context. We didn't get it just here, but in context, we can definitely get it. For my ambition is no less than to convert the British people through nonviolence, and thus to make them see the wrong they have done to India. All right, we have just a few more of these analysis questions before we close out with some composition practice. Number 6, in the context of the third paragraph, the speaker uses the word weapon in the first sentence to what? Let's just read the first 3 sentences here, or 4 sentences actually. I served them up to 1919 blindly, but when my eyes were opened and I conceived non-cooperation, the object still was to serve them. I employed the same weapon that I have. In all humility, successfully used against the dearest members of my family. If I have equal love for your people with mine, it will not remain hidden. All right, let's go back and check it out. A, B, C, D, or E. You have 1 minute, and I'll tell you what it is. Okay, just about 10 seconds left on this one. All right, let's check it out. This one's E. Let's read E. Convey the power of love and compassion toward all people, Indian and British alike. So let's just go back and see where he's seeing that. This is his weapon, right? Going to serving them. The object still was to serve him. I have equal love for your people with mine. So that's the context surrounding it. It's not weapon like we would think, right? All right, number 7. The primary purpose of sentences 2 through 4 of the 4th paragraph. So we'll go back and just read those in the speaker's line of reasoning, and then we're going to finish that thought. So what's the purpose in this line of reasoning? So let's actually read the first sentence to build up to it, and then you can see I bolded 2, 3, and 4. The plan through civil disobedience will be to combat such evils as I have sampled out. If we want to sever the British connection, it is because of such evils. When they are removed, the path becomes easy. Then the way to friendly negotiation will open. I'm actually going to read it one more time so you can track that line of reasoning and then have an answer in mind as we shift back to A, B, C, and D. What's the purpose of this line of reasoning? I'll just read the bold. If we want to sever the British connection, it is because of such evils. When they are removed, the path becomes easy. Then the way to friendly negotiation will be open. All right. 1 minute. Go ahead. All right, about 10 seconds on this one. All right, let's check it out. So number 7 is A. Let's read A. Presents a logical explanation of the need to sever the connection between the two nations. So that's the purpose of this section here. If we want to sever the connection, and then kind of unpacks that if. If it's almost like an if-when type of statement. If, when, then. All right. We got 8, 9, and 10 left of this type of question. In his description of the plan for the nonviolent march and his hopes that others will lay themselves open to the penalties of a law that should never have disfigured the statute book at the end of the 4th paragraph, Gandhi's tone conveys which of the following? A, B, C, D, or E? Let's check this out. I'm going to leave this up actually for a few seconds, but focus in on what's in bold. I'm going to read the last sentence, but I'll leave it up for a few if you want to just look at what's above it real quick. All right, I hope that there will be tens of thousands ready in a disciplined manner to take up the work after me, and in the act of disobeying the SALT Act, to lay themselves open to the penalties of a law that should never have disfigured the statute book. So just 10 seconds, I'm going to leave it here if you want to look at context above that, and then I'll go back to the answer choices. All right, let's check out A, B, C, D, or E. You have 1 minute. And just about 10 seconds on number 8. All right, everybody. Number 8 is B. A sincere belief that other Indians know these laws are unjust and will follow his nonviolent path to earn independence from British control. We see that here. He's saying, I hope they will lay themselves open to the penalties of a law. That means follow in my footsteps, put themselves out there, potentially be arrested like me, but to keep our movement alive. Okay, 2 more. The relationship between the 5th and 6th paragraphs is best described as, let's check out 5 and 6. I'll read these very quickly, and just as I do, think about what's the relationship between 5 and 6. I have no desire to cause you unnecessary embarrassment, or any at all, so far as I can help. If you think that there is any substance in my letter, and if you will care to discuss matters with me, and if to that end you would like me to postpone publication of this letter, I shall gladly refrain on receipt of a telegram to the effect soon after this reaches you. You will, however, do me the favor not to deflect me from my course unless you can see your way to conform to the substance of this letter. This letter is not in any way intended as a threat, but is a simple and sacred duty, peremptory on a civil resistor. Remember, this is paragraph 6. You're looking at the relationship. Therefore, I am having it specially delivered by a young English friend who believes in the Indian cause, and is a full believer in nonviolence, and whom Providence seems to have sent to me, as it were, for the very purpose. Let's check it out. What's the relationship between those 2 paragraphs? We have about 20 seconds left on number 9. All right, let's check it out. This one's a little tricky, maybe the hardest question of the 10. The answer here is D. Let me do a quick explanation before we move to 10. A shift from the planned action to disregard the provisions of the SALT laws to a willingness to postpone action if proper negotiation can be scheduled. So first, he very clearly is talking about the planned action. He does that here. And then here, he's very clearly saying, but I can postpone my action if you'll do the right thing. So like the ball is in your court. I'd rather have you just do the right thing. All right, then we got one more to do. Number 10, which of the following choices accurately describes a strategic stylistic decision that the speaker makes in paragraph 5? Let's take a quick look at paragraph 5 again. Let me do a very quick read of it because you're looking for a stylistic decision. I have no desire to cause you unnecessary embarrassment or any at all so far as I can help. If you think there is any substance in my letter, and if you will care to discuss matters with me, and if to that end you would like me to postpone publication of this letter, I shall gladly refrain on receipt of a telegram to the effect soon after this reaches you. For time, I'm going to emphasize that sentence, and let's look through the answer choices here. For this one, it's C, and an intentional shift in pronouns that puts Lord Irwin in control of the next steps. You see you. All right, for time, I just wanted to tell you that one because I want to end. We have 8 minutes left of our 5-hour cram. We are almost there. And I have 10 solid composition questions we're going to fly through for some really good final minute practice here. So as we're doing composition questions, remember, we're shifting gears here just because we're close to the end, and this is the last thing we're doing. There's 3 short nonfiction passages. We're going to look at one example very quickly. Now, you're just going to do about a minute per question. Again, remember, it's a little bit longer for the ones that we just finished. Now, for these, I don't recommend even worrying about annotating unless you want to. These texts will be easier, and as you read them, you might even see some glitches or errors or hiccups along the way, because these are drafts. These are not perfect documents. So get your editing or revising hats on, and let's get to work here. The last 7 minutes, we're going to jump in. So again, briskly reading through it, and read the whole passage first. That's what we're going to do, and then quickly answering the questions, jumping back to the context. We're going to work through these together. I'm just going to walk you through them just for the sake of time here. So let's look. This is how the text will look. Every sentence is numbered. Let's read it. This is an actual response, I should have said here, from College Board. They released student samples. This is one that we've revised and shifted around a little bit so we could practice these type of questions. This is actually a student's example from 2019. So this is like a rhetorical analysis essay that a student wrote. So let's read this very quickly. When the treatment of the Black men within the United States became so abhorrent, so disturbing to the everyday security and pursuit of happiness for these individuals, Martin Luther King took a stand as a leader, and with the support of many, initiated change. Although this stand was in the name of civil rights, the same narrative can be applied to the one thing that everyone has in their kitchen: salt. The right for salt to be free of taxation by Britain's colonial is what Mohandas Gandhi led his followers for in the Salt March in 1930. Remember, there might be some hiccups along the way as we read. Let's keep reading paragraph 2. Gandhi uses vocabulary such as gravest to describe the character India will maintain in their non-violent fight for independence. Along with this, Gandhi carefully asserts, "I do not seek to harm your people. I have always served them." In these statements of India's character and his own, Gandhi effectively appeals to ethos to establish the credibility of both the power and initiative of this independence movement, while maintaining that India has done no harm to Britain. Nearing the middle of the conclusion of his letter, Gandhi employs an appeal to logos, in attempting to reason with the British Crown representative. Gandhi argues that aspects of Indian society must be free of British restrictions. When British commerce with India is purified of greed, friendly negotiation can occur. Gandhi sneakily insults the involvement of Britain here, and then follows it with a direct challenge to all of Britain to do the logical right thing in removing British evils and opening a way for real conference between equals. Diction such as equals and purified asserts India as a positive presence in Gandhi's attempt to gain sympathy from Britain for the stress they have placed on Indian society. So let's do a quick looking at this. I know it's been a long day, a long night, but we're going to make sure we have time to look at all 10 of these. So I'm going to do this really quickly with you. I'm not going to time you a minute to look through these, but I do want you to get one last exposure to these type of questions. So let's look through this, and we'll kind of like think through these together, and I'll just walk you through to the answers. So number 1 says, the writer wants to add a thesis statement after sentence 3. Which of the following sentences would best serve as a thesis statement for this analytical essay? All right, so sentence 3, this is just our context here. So what we want to do, our thesis would normally be here. Which one of these best matches as a thesis? Not necessarily like the strongest thesis you'll ever see, but this would be our thesis in B. In a letter he wrote shortly before the march, Gandhi effectively garners a strong appeal of ethos, pathos, and logos. This actually was the thesis statement of this student example. So we just copied it here. This is the one that serves as a thesis. If we had more time, you'd see process of elimination. None of these are really focusing on writing choices or even purpose. All right, so there's a couple more I want to show you. Number 2, this is a great sentence or kind of question to look at. The writer wants to add a sentence before sentence 1 that clearly shows that Gandhi and the Salt March are the primary focal points of the rest of the essay. So which one of these does that? Again, I'm going to zoom you in on the correct answer. Again, which one of these is showing Gandhi as the focal point? The answer is actually E. The Salt March, led by Gandhi, is one of the most influential nonviolent protest movements in history, and it became a major influence on other social justice leaders, including Mandela and Martin Luther King. So all of the rest of these talk about Mandela and King, but this one puts the greatest emphasis on Gandhi, which is why it's our best answer. All right, we got a few more to do. We're going to keep on going. So number 3, again, I want you to get this exposure to these type of questions. The writer is considering changing the underlined portion of sentence 1 so that it is more clearly connected to the essay's primary topic. So if you look at the underlined portion, this is what the student originally had. When the treatment of the Black men within the United States becomes so abhorrent, so disturbing to the everyday security and pursuit of happiness for these individuals. That one's, it's true, it's factual, but it's a little bit off topic, actually. We don't want to get off topic. So the answer here is the one that's going to be connecting it to Gandhi. C, just like Gandhi did before him, Martin Luther King took a stand. 4, the writer wants to rewrite sentence 2 to more accurately describe the purpose of Gandhi's Salt March, while maintaining a strong line of reasoning from the previous sentence. So we will look at the previous sentence real quick. Right here. That's the one we were just looking at. Martin Luther King took a stand as a leader and with the support of many initiated change. Okay, so going back here, which of the following achieves this goal of describing the purpose of the Salt March? The answer for number 4, I'm just going to zoom you in on, is C. Just like the civil rights movement in the US, Gandhi's nonviolent movement in India, blah, 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 blah. So just having a stronger line of reasoning there, connecting the two pieces of evidence or pieces of times in history. Okay, we're going to finish these off. We're going to make sure everyone sees all of these questions if you want to. I know it's been a long day. We've got 5 right in front of us. Let's do it. The writer wants to add a sentence before sentence 4 to introduce the main idea of the second paragraph. So wants to add a sentence before sentence 4 to introduce the main idea of the paragraph. That would be this paragraph. We're talking here in 4, 5, and 6. And I'll just show you the answer is D. But let's make sure we see this. All right, throughout the conclusion of his letter, Gandhi builds his own credibility by discussing both his character and the character of the nation that he is standing up for. So that's our topic sentence for what would be like a body paragraph there. All right, a few more that we're going to look at. The writer is considering deleting sentence 6. You're going to see a lot of questions like this tomorrow. I'm just going to tell you again, focusing on the answers for time, but then I'll explain this one. The answer is A. Keep this sentence because it provides the essential commentary on how the previous quote connects to Gandhi's overall purpose. In context, in sentence 6, you need this sentence in this type of writing. So yeah, a lot of these times they'll say, do you want to delete this sentence or not? Just think, does it flow or not? And then tack on the reason why. All right, we'll see a similar one here, but now it's adding the following sentence. So the writer is considering adding the following sentence after sentence 8. Sentence 8 is here. Gandhi argues that aspects of Indian society must be free of British restrictions when British commerce with India is purified of greed, friendly negotiation can occur. Now, let's go back to the question. Let's read the sentence, and I'll tell you the answer, should we have it or not. Saying that the people of Britain were full of greed was a major mistake on the part of Gandhi, and this aggressive tone likely resulted in the lack of cooperation. So we just should be thinking, does this sentence fit or not? And the answer here is no, it doesn't really fit. It kind of goes away. So now we got to look at D versus E. And the best answer here is E. This sentence contradicts the overall purpose. So you're going to see some questions like this as well. Like they're going to give you like something that's about the topic, but kind of gets in the way of the overall argument or flow. So that'd be, nope, don't put it in there, and then tell me why. All right, we got 3 quick questions left we're going to look at. So you can see these different types of questions if you want to stick out for about 2 more minutes. The writer wants to replace the semicolon in sentence 9 with a phrase that accurately portrays the relationship between the ideas in this sentence. So here's our semicolon. We're going to replace that with a phrase. And again, just because we're up against our very long 5-hour clock today, I'm going to zoom you in on the right answer and just make sure you see that. So the answer here is actually A. Let's just see why this achieves this goal, portraying the relationship between ideas in this sentence. So here's 2 halves, but let's see how we can flesh it out. Gandhi argues that aspects of Indian society must be free of British restrictions, and he argues that when British commerce with India is purified of greed, friendly negotiation can occur. So this phrase, and he argues that, fleshes this idea out a lot more clearly. It's Gandhi who's doing that arguing. Okay, 2 more questions to look at with y'all. Number 9 is a really easy one. The writer is considering replacing the underlined word in sentence 9. Let's check it to better match the tone of the rest of the essay. You might have thought when I read that didn't really flow, or that felt a little off. Remember, there might be hiccups throughout these. So instead of sneakily, we want to have subtly. That'd be C. It just matches the tone of the rest. It's a little bit more formal. So you're going to get questions like this for sure tomorrow. And our last one of the day. The writer is considering deleting sentence 10. Same kind of question we saw just a couple questions ago. Diction, such as equals and purified, asserts India as a positive presence in Gandhi's attempt to gain sympathy from Britain for the stress they have placed on Indian society. All right, so for this one, same thing. Put in the keep it camp or delete it camp. Our answer here is actually going to be kind of similar to the last one. B, the last one that we saw in this vein. B, keep it because it includes commentary that highlights Gandhi's purpose of writing this letter. So kind of same thing. But again, does it match the flow? Does it belong? Yes or no? And then think about why. And guess what, everybody? That is our CRAM. Awesome work today. You all put in 5 hours of legitimate prep for this exam. You are ready to go. So again, focus on what you can do. You know what to do on all of these pieces that we covered today. So you may sign out and good luck tomorrow. All you need to do right now, if you're taking this test tomorrow, go to bed, eat a good breakfast, wake up, walk into the exam with confidence. You're not going to learn anything new that's going to be important between now and exam day. It's all about just getting ready mentally for this big exam. Glad you were here, everybody, and have a good rest of the night. Good luck tomorrow. Bye, everybody.